Okay. We now convene the Minturn Town Council member for council meeting for Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. And with that, we will do roll call once again.
Brian here.
Lynn here.
Tom here.
Kate here.
Dusty here. Eric here.
Earl here. With that, let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, sorry to get a late start, folks, but we'll try to get things going through quickly. Thank you all for showing up. Really appreciate you taking your time. First on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Gusty, second by Tom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Next is approval of the regular agenda. Any modifications?
No, sir.
Make a motion to approve the 3 September Minturn Town Council agenda.
Kate seconds.
Motion by Tom, second by Kate. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Next is declaration of conflicts of interest. Is there anyone on the board that has a conflict with any item on the agenda? Nope. Okay. Public comment. Going to get a lot tonight, but this section is for public comment on anything that's on your mind you want to address to council that is not on the agenda. Chicken man.
Tim McMahon, Avon. Two quick things. One, as far as people coming after me talking, the polls were put in after months, maybe even a year of discussion at town council meetings. So the best thing I can tell you if you have a problem with them is if you start coming to meetings, then you'll be able to figure out what's going on in your town and get involved and go from there rather than just bitching about it to your bartenders. Second, Green Bridge up in Redcliffe. We all know there's lots of suicides on that bridge. We had another one 2 weeks ago, one at the beginning of the year. There's been 3 total this year, 6 in the last 2 years. Other bridges around the country, Golden Gate Bridge being a big one. The 7 bridges over the gorges in Utica, New York, or Ithaca, New York, for Cornell University has had suicide netting put inside. Last Tuesday, I went down to Avon, Eagle, and Gypsum, asked the towns to write letters to CDOT, just ask if they could put in some either suicide netting, fencing, or barricades, try to help out with that. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, any other public comments to address council at this time? Go ahead, Darren.
Yeah, I guess I'll go against the grain. My name's Darren. I live at 530 Taylor. I'm here to so-called bitch about the white poles here in this passive aggressive town.
We're going to have that discussion later.
What's that?
We're going to have that discussion in just a minute. This is
Okay.
just for what's not on the agenda.
All right.
Okay.
Well, then, what about the water plant?
That's on the
That's on the agenda.
Good. What about saving our hard-earned money?
On the agenda.
Okay, that is not on the agenda. Although it's at the top of our minds all the time.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I just hope we can stay fiscally responsible. Because there's just things I'm worried about as far as pricing our older folks out of town. Something to recognize. I think if we have the money in our checkbook, we can purchase some. If we don't have the money, we should probably just think about how we can fix a problem without spending too much. So, sorry about the, not understanding what's on the agenda, but maybe I'll look into it before the next meeting. Maybe not, though. That's how it works here in the mountains. So, apologize.
No worries, Darren.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I work every day. can't really follow what you guys got going on, but, I'll do my best. Apologize for the, you know, not understanding what you guys got going on tonight, so.
Everyone came as often as you did, we'd be a great town, so thanks.
Thank you, Darren, yeah. And I hope you can hang around till we get through the next 2 or 3 items, and that'll be some good information coming in. Anybody else want to speak to anything that is not on the agenda?
Yeah, Hawkeye Flaherty, 160 Main Street. You know, I'd like to hear from council what justified moving this meeting. You know, it's all set for Wednesdays. How many of you guys couldn't be here tomorrow night? Could you raise your hands? Nobody? Then why are we moving the meeting? What are you guys trying to hide from us? You know, you put nothing out except the little poster that Jay puts up on the post office and somewhere else. And then you have this meeting. Fortunately, word of mouth got around, but this is not right. It makes you look very bad when you do this shit. So, you know, if you don't have the justification for moving these meetings to try and hide things from the citizens and do stuff behind closed doors, you know, you need to think about what you're doing in your position, because it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Just for your information, Hawkos, you know, and probably none of you know, but we moved the date on this because it was, we felt that the stuff that was going on this evening, as far as this council, with the issues that we're dealing with tonight, it was important to have all 7 members in person here. And I, for one, could not make it tomorrow. And a lot of these issues, at the time I made the decisions that I had to be out of town tomorrow, it was uncertain that there would be anything like the meeting that we're having tonight. So we made the decision that we would move it to Tuesday so that every one of us could be here. And we made every effort we could to make sure everyone knew about it. With that said, we can move on. If there's anyone else that has wants to address council. Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is council comments and committee reports. Do we have any discussion from anyone? Bye.
In light of the big agenda, no, nothing to add.
I don't have anything added.
Okay. I only have one thing, and it's real quick. Just over the last, a couple of meetings over the last couple of months, I made disrespectful remarks to a couple of council people, and I've apologized to them. But I wanted to do that at an open house as well. So I'm now instructing my pro tem the next time I make a remark like that to slap me on the back of the head. So with that, we'll move on to staff reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick things. Boneyard Open Space is going to have some downed tree removal occurring in the coming weeks. So if anyone sees anything, we'll be removing some dead trees and a downed tree out at the Boneyard Open Space. We have some radar feedback signs arriving for helping to tamper speeds on Main Street. One will be at the 25-mile-per-hour sound at the S curves coming into town. The other will replace the current radar feedback sign at the area of town next to the Boneyard Open Space. So we are hopeful that that makes folks more cognizant of the speeds that they are going and to slow down and follow proper speeds posted. And then just a reminder to the council that High Five Media is still looking for board representation from the council. So we're looking for a council member to join that board. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next is the staff reports, and town attorney report is next. Oh, he's not here.
Yeah, so Mike Sawyer is upstairs addressing some other matters. As you all saw in your packet, you have the update on the Uinta rail line and efforts that are being made to address this at now the federal level. They are looking for support from communities that have gone through the NEPA process, as well as communities that would sign on to support Eagle County's efforts to try to mitigate crude oil coming through the Colorado River area without a full NEPA inspection process. So with council's support, Minturn will sign on to support those efforts, and we can keep you updated as those progress.
Sounds good. And we'll get to, next is the town treasurer report.
And we just wanted to make sure that we have the schedule for the upcoming 2025 budget in your packet. If you have any questions, Jay is on Zoom and can answer those for you.
Any questions for Jay? Good, good, good.
Thank you.
We have no special presentations tonight. And so we rearranged our agenda to have the discussion items first because we figured that people would be showing up and they want to have their voice, and we certainly want that to happen. And the first item on the discussion is the bulb out review. And we're going to have Town Manager Michelle and Town Engineer Jeff do a quick presentation on this, and then I will open it up for the public. When I do, if you could come up and just give us your name and address, and we'll give each person 3 minutes to have their say. And then after that, after we're all done with that, then we'll have a discussion in council and give direction to our staff. So with that, I'll hand it off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to bring up my very, very brief presentation. Just to get everyone on the same page with what we're going to be talking about this evening.
Can everybody see that? Could we angle that television? Is that going to be missing?
I think we can. I think we can angle it toward the audience if that's helpful. Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you, everybody. First and foremost, thank you, everyone, for coming tonight and being a part of this discussion. Small town governments really rely on the back and forth between the leadership teams and the communities that they serve. And so what you're seeing tonight is quite a bit of the sausage making as far as what works in a community and, just as importantly, what doesn't. So with that, I'll just go straight through this presentation and try to keep it brief so we can get to everybody. Some time ago, I'll go over, we're going to go over the history, the understandings about, bulb outs and curb extensions, dealing with Highway 24 regulations and CDOT, the impacts that some of these bulb outs have created, potential options we have for addressing them moving forward, and then of course taking questions. And so our goal tonight is to try to find some kind of balance that can better work with the community as a whole. So first off, we had our Imagine Minturn Community Plan process several years ago, and through that process we received stakeholder feedback regarding safety for folks pulling out onto Main Street from side streets. So in a 100-plus-year-old town, sometimes things are developed before the invention of cars, and what we have here is a main street that gets a little crowded in certain sections due to parking and trying to shove in crosswalks and sidewalks and rights of ways, and how do we make all of that compatible together? So the residents through the community survey or through the community plan identified that one of the things that they were struggling with was safe ability to turn onto Main Street from a side street. So through that, the community plan was created, and one of the items in the community plan, I think it's page 97 and 98, identifies the value of an action step of creating more crosswalks and bulb outs at certain key intersections in town. And those intersections are the intersections where you have seen the bulb outs get installed. And this was communicated to folks through newsletters and e-blasts, the spring door-to-door hangers that we put on everybody's front door, the web page, and then direct notices to businesses via email and letters in the mail. And through this has been a great learning process for staff as well, because a lot of times you learn, just like Darren said, folks can get very busy and there are not opportunities to always address the information that's coming at you. So we will continue to look for more and better ways to communicate with the residents. In the upcoming council meetings, we will, I anticipate, discuss some type of an illuminated sign to potentially help further those communication efforts, just as a heads up. So understanding what a bulb out is, I have Jeff Spinell here with us this evening, who is the town's contracted engineer. And Jeff helped put this, or Jeff did put this together to identify what a bulb out is and how it is supposed to help create an improved line of sight for traffic. So Jeff, could you please take a minute to go over the diagram on the screen?
Sure. The requirement to start with is the cars coming down the highway are considered, in order for them to have reaction time and time to stop to avoid an accident, the requirement is that that the design distance from the intersection is 155 feet. The yellow line that you see is eye to eye from driver to driver. It's the driver that is stopped at the stop sign and is a clear point of view to the car coming down the highway. And that's how the bulb out was determined. The length is, you can see we put drew a car at the end of the bulb out, and that yellow line goes from the driver's eye to the rear corner of that car to the next driver, and that was done at each intersection. The purpose of the bulb out is twofold. One, it allows the driver at the stop sign to be able to have a clear view of cars coming down the highway, and it also allows the cars coming down the highway to have a view of that car coming out and have time to react and stop. And these dimensions and distances are CDOT requirements that come straight from the Federal Highway Administration for creating vision lines for intersections.
And Jeff, can we just acknowledge that each intersection is different, and so bulb outs are not the same length for each intersection due to a variety of measures creating the line of sight?
That's correct.
Okay.
The other thing the bulb out does, we forgot, is that it allows a safe haven for pedestrians to cross the road, because they can get if they're in the bulb out, they can walk right to the edge of the highway, the edge line on the highway, and then they can see the cars and the cars can see them before they cross the highway.
Thank you. So US Highway 24, also known as Minturns Main Street, is a federal highway. So what does that mean for us from a regulatory standpoint? That means that Colorado Department of Transportation oversees all of the regulations for Highway 24, Minturns Main Street, and what we can and cannot do on that street. So a lot of great comments have come in saying, why not do shorter bulb outs? Why not use cute planters instead of bulb outs? What about speed bumps? What about adding traffic lights? And to all of those things, and what about speed limits? And so to all those things we would answer, CDOT oversees that and regulates the ability to do or not do that. So as an example, we have asked CDOT for speed bumps on Highway 24, and that got a pretty quick no. We are in the middle right now of having just requested a new speed study as Minturn continues to hope that speed limits will be brought down on Highway 24. So that speed study is in the process. I checked in on it a few days ago. They would not yet tell me if it has this actual study has yet started, but it's in the queue. So we have hope that that will come back with positive results for decreasing speeds. If speeds are on average too high, then it has the risk of potentially raising speeds in town. So we remain hopeful that the speed study will come back in Minturn's favor regarding slowing down traffic through Minturn's Main Street. And the last thing that was asked was, what about traffic lights or stop signs? CDOT's primary goal is to move traffic. And so as Jeff Spinell explained it to me, unless there is an extensive amount of side traffic off of like Pine and Boulder and Eagle Streets requiring for a four-way stop sign, we won't be able to get a street light or a four-way stop in town. Did I answer that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So just so you all know, we're trying to work within these confines of a state agency and what they will and will not allow us to do. And Brian Rodine can go into that deeper with his efforts that he's been trying to do as well. So let's talk about some of the
If you want to go back one slide, the shorter bulb outs.
Oh, yes.
Remember, we submitted
Yes.
shorter bulb outs the first time around to CDOT and they were rejected.
Yeah, so we all agreed with the cute little, just give the pedestrian a place to kind of get out onto the street so they can see before they cross the road and have a little concrete curb coming out. And how can we do that? And so we applied for something more along those lines, and CDOT denied that application, indicating that we have to follow the full line of sight requirements per their model traffic code, I think it was. Thank you. So with that, I think it's really important that we acknowledge a lot of the impacts that have been created by the bulb outs, because there's a lot of impacts that come with these bulb outs that are not necessarily what we want the bulb outs to be doing. We've heard from a lot of cyclists who have had issues navigating the bulb outs while dealing with traffic simultaneously. So that's been an issue from quite a few cyclists that have called in. You can see on this screen, we've had some folks talk about the aesthetics of the bulb outs. And, well, they just don't look like Minturn. So it's really hard to argue that. And then I think most of all, the parking. You know, parking has been a topic in Minturn for as long as I can remember. And the bulb outs certainly impact parking, not only to our residents, but as importantly to our valued businesses as well. So we took a look. The Minturn Municipal Code requires an 80-foot line of sight at these main intersections. And if we were to do that, we would lose approximately 52 parking spaces, if you can see from this very tiny, almost impossible to read spreadsheet that I have up on the screen. But from what we have right now, we're still losing, even with the minimized bulb outs, we're still losing approximately 32 parking spaces, which I think, you know, most folks in Minturn would say that is a big commodity. And how can we find more of a balance to integrate resident safety plus maintain parking? You know, when the council back in 2018 approved the first sidewalk project, they had to choose between having a parking lane or having a bicycle lane because there wasn't enough room to have both. And the council chose a parking lane because they understood how important, you know, parking is to a small town that was built before cars, and we've only got so much room to work with. And I think we're seeing the same thing here. You know, these temporary bulb outs are a valuable way to learn what works, and as importantly, what does not work, and how to change that to meet everyone's needs. So with that, you know, parking impacts are at the forefront of a lot of issues we're seeing with the bulb outs. Biggest thing, options. How can we move forward to find a balance, to support our businesses, to support the safety of our residents, and try to meet everyone's needs. So we've talked about creating it internally. We've talked about creating a one-way street pattern so that cars are only going on to Main Street in certain specific sections. But that doesn't help cyclists or pedestrians. So that's something to keep in mind. We've talked about going as far as what would happen if the town owned Highway 24 through the section that Minturn has from U.S. Forest Service down past Tigawon. What would happen if the town owned that? So I called CDOT and said, what do you think? And CDOT said that they do at times consider municipalities taking over responsibility of state highways through their towns. The most recent one being the example of Gypsum and Eagle. They said the way that they do that though is there has to be an end point to the highway that matches up with how that highway is aligned. So the highway has an end point apparently in Gypsum, whereby Minturn doesn't have that same endpoint. Minturn is in the middle of a state highway. So we wouldn't have a logical terminus for where it would stop and end, according to CDOT. I would also say that from Minturn's perspective, to take over the responsibility of a state highway, not only, you know, the maintenance of it, but the labor involved in 24/7 plowing would be more than the town's budget could handle. So that leaves us to finding what we hope tonight will come with other options and considerations. Are there ways that we can work together to find some common ground to hopefully increase resident safety when folks are trying to pull off of side streets, but again, value that parking that our businesses need to be a part of a thriving community? You saw in my staff report, you know, there's a lot of benefits that come with bulb outs for pedestrians and cyclists and motorists. But there's also a lot of drawbacks that come with bulb outs to our business community. And from everything that I've seen in the 17 years I've been here, Minturn loves our business community and we want to support them as well. So the goal of the discussion tonight, and again, we thank everyone for coming. You're kind of in more of the sausage making process than we usually do at a council level, but to look for solutions that everybody can kind of get on board with, knowing that there's no one solution or one size fits all answer to this, to find where we can get to that sweet spot. So with that, we can open it up to questions, if there are any, or Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to turn it over to the public for comments.
Yes, well, if you have questions, we probably want to just raise a hand and ask the question from your seat, if you like. Just identify yourself, and if we don't have the answer, we can get the answer from staff that does have the answer. So right now, I think it's important to kind of get particular. Each person's going to get up and have 3 minutes. If we can't answer a question that you have, then we'll get it for you and we'll post it on the website. If not, then we're listening to what you're saying, and we'll have discussion after you're done. So, Robert, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Robert Creasy at 453 Pine Street. Michelle, is it possible to pull up the diagram of the street with the sightlines?
Stand by.
So my question is, could we move the stop sign out to the edge of the bulb out? Because that would drastically improve the sightline and thus shorten the distance that the bulb out would need to be. So imagine if instead of the cars stopping here at the edge of the sidewalk, if it were stopping out here at the edge of the bulb out, and if you had this built out for I don't know, planters or whatever. But if the car is stopping there, suddenly you've moved this entire sight line up, and now it's a much shorter distance, and you're looking past the cars already because you're stopping further out. Thank you.
Okay.
Moving the stop sign out would be a CDOT decision because we'd be moving it, out in the middle of the highway. Some of the discussions we had with CDOT, even over these bulb outs, had to do with snow removal and stuff like that. I mean, we can certainly run that past them. I would think that if we're gonna do that, we're gonna have to rebuild that pedestrian corner and probably build something out there. Sure. To move the stop sign out. I don't think they'll let us just put a pole at the end of the parking with a stop sign on it, but we can look into it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Larry Stone, 201 Main Street. One of the things that I think is impacting is obviously the quantity of cars coming to and fro, and at specific times of the day. It has been a big challenge, even for my employees and people where Michelle crosses, for cars to actually slow down with that crosswalk. You almost have to get out there and wave for cars to slow down. So one of the organic ways that I think if CDOT would allow us to slow down the traffic, break it up so people can come in and out of these side streets, is to have more flashing light pedestrian crossings throughout town. I feel like if we had at least 2 more, if not 4 more, I believe we only have 1, and that's down at the corner. It's very effective, and so that's a suggestion that I would ask CDOT if they could help us by accommodating that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
So I'm Liz Campbell at 512 Main Street. These things have helped tremendously to slow the vehicles down. Just to give a little bit more context to the whole history behind this, when they put the sidewalks in across the street, their intention was to build bulb outs on the crosswalks, as probably what was said earlier. The issue that they didn't realize at the time was that the water sheds down to the river. So what was going to happen was any bulb out on that side of the river was going to funnel all the water down into people's driveways. So the bulb outs were actually eliminated in that process. So then the other thing that you need to realize is that on the 500 block, that is not wide enough to have parking on my side of the street, which is the riverside. And the reason why is because when they put the sidewalks in, they needed to take 4 to 6 inches, is that right, Michelle?
I believe so.
Of that side of the property on the 500 block to allow the depth needed that CDOT needs for that parking on that side of the street. So it's unfortunate that that wasn't done, but they're allowing that parking to happen, and that's awesome. CDOT's mission is to move traffic and move it fluidly and efficiently. And I've been round and round the neighborhood with CDOT a little bit, but they're very reluctant to put flashing signs in. They're very reluctant to stick a stop sign out in the middle. Bulb outs are a good solution. However, there are some options that you can look at, including a gutter through the bulb out. So especially on the riverside. And you can see that they have them down in Colorado Springs, and if you just Google bulb out, you can see what they look like. I would caution the town to do not run their big tractors and their snow plows over any built bulb outs. You will destroy it.
Thank you, Liz.
Real quick, how's that working out as a cyclist though, these bulb outs?
Oh, so
Shooting you out with semis right behind you?
actually, I
Pretty
wanted to compliment them. They're wide enough, you can actually ride right through.
Yeah, people are
What
right through the middle of them, that's safe. Yeah, people are doing that.
Yeah, well, it's better than
through
being
them.
out by the,
No,
but
it's
it's nice that they're not so close.
Well,
We're
like, where are they
trying,
gonna put the snow in the winter?
I'm trying to actually, they're getting rid of them, I believe, but I'm trying to look at the positives a little bit.
No, it's nice to be positive, but we gotta be realistic too. As a
Well,
cyclist, you're the first one I've heard say this is working out great. True.
Well,
Watching people
I'm,
get clipped by them.
Folks, let's keep it in.
another thing that
Sorry,
isn't working out good
Thanks.
is that right behind my side, my drive out, I actually have to pull way out in the highway now in order to get out of my driveway, because they're right behind where I could pull out a little bit easier. So I think there's a little bit of manipulation that can happen, but I mean, we need something. And I think we need another bike lane where they
Another
put
bike
the
lane.
electrical line.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll
When
work
they
out
bury
great.
that electrical line, maybe they can put it over there.
I'm sure they're all over it.
Mark Tamburino, you guys mostly know me, 474 Main Street, property owner, business owner. I can honestly tell you, these bulb outs are seriously affecting my business financially, and from a point of even, I guess, safety. They're safe for the drivers. The street behind my restaurant is a one-way street. 90% of all that traffic that's coming out of there is turning right off of Meek Avenue. So if you want to have a bulb out, I could understand it to the left. I'm sure there's some traffic studies that show maybe 10% of the cars pulling out of there. I mean, Lynn used to live back there. How often did you turn left to go up into Leadville? Probably not very often. Yeah, very seldom. So I do believe that, there's probably a use for them, but the way that it's affecting my business and the fact that there's a blinking crosswalk at that intersection, and I've lost 4 spots on the street, not me personally, but the street and my neighbors have all lost 4 parking spots, is, detrimental to their community living. They're parking in front of Crazy Chicken and Shop and Hop now to park their cars. And I'm losing obviously business and money, and honestly, it's not slowing the traffic down. I still am jumping out in front of 18-wheelers driving 40 miles an hour down the middle of Main Street over the yellow line. And I do believe if we look at a town like Frisco, who has 2 to 3 4-way stops in the middle of their town, it might not be ideal, but it will pull people down to a safe speed, and it will allow the people turning on and off of Main Street to look left and look right and still have ample time to make their lefts or rights. And honestly, if they're stopping 2 or 3 times in the middle of town, it might persuade them into getting a sandwich or buying a taco, or just being more aware that we have children and pedestrians in our town. Okay, I don't want to see cars flying through the middle of Main Street. I'm an advocate of slowing traffic down. I just feel like the bulb outs don't fit our character. They look horrible. Okay, I mean, to the point where people in my neighborhood are actually decorating them because they look so bad. And I commend them for trying to bring some community to what is really an eyesore. Okay. So hear me from a business member and somebody that cares about your children also, okay? There's other ways we can do this. And I urge us to explore that more so than what we've done already. So I'm gonna say enough there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Dan?
Sorry guys, but this has got me fired up. Dan Bertel, Rocky Mountain Taco, upstanding citizen. This whole thing is insane, you guys know this, we all know this is not working. I get the safety aspect, we're down for that, we're down to compromise, but we would have never moved into Minturn if we had 3 parking spots to work with. That's insane. That's a terrible business idea. We wouldn't have done it. We knew we were gonna be pretty busy. We already kind of came in with some momentum. Anyways, we would have never even been here if we had 3 parking spots to work with as a business. So we get the safety part, let's compromise. Maybe half that space can, you know what I mean? They can still, and like I said, or not like I said, but like Mark said, we can slow people down. That helps that line of sight so much. Let's do some speed bumps or whatever we need to do. 4-way stops, whatever. But this is not slowing down anyone. I work there. I look out our windows. I see everything. People are flying through town, as they always do. We get truckers flying through there. This is not safe for cyclists. We've heard from tons of cyclists. They're being just shoved out in front of semis. I watched a dude clip one of the things. He almost went down one of the poles. He almost went down. There was a semi behind him. Who knows what would have happened? You know what I mean? This dude recovered, luckily. Watching kids go slaloming through them on bikes. We want kids out in front of semis and trucks and all this out there. Food deliveries. What are we supposed to do with that? Well, now they're parking on the side. We've got 3 parking spots for our customers. They're getting double parked in. You know, obviously that's not going to work. So then we move around to the back where our residents have to live behind us there. They're getting double parked in. Where do we get a food delivery? In winter, this is not going to work. These guys have dollies full of hundreds of pounds of food. They're going down that. It's a pretty good incline heading down to make the left into our building. It's icy as hell. It always is. Everyone knows that. They can't do that. That's not going to work. Do we want them parking right in front of our restaurant like it's Denver, throwing the hazards on and unloading our food? Because that's where we're gonna get pushed. So this is not safe. It's not safe. Mark, our employee, almost got ran over a half hour ago out inside of our restaurant. These white lines and the poles and all that, you have to make a crazy wide turn now to go onto whatever the street is right next to Rocky Mountain Taco to leads into Boulder, whatever. Anyways, dude almost hit Mark. Do we want the handsome hipster getting hurt? We don't need that. You know? We do not need that. So this is not safe. I mean, ask him. He just almost got hit. It's just beyond that, our livelihoods are at stake. This has negatively impacted us from the get-go. Right when they painted the curbs yellow, it's people pull up. Hey, you can't park here, man. All right, where do I park? I don't know. There's 3 spots on the right there. Check it out. And they just look. There's no parking. They drive off. That is money out the door. We're losing thousands of dollars a day. This is not going to work. We won't be here in a year. Let's be honest. If this happens, if we don't get some of that parking spots back, we will not be here. I know you guys are nice folks. We always got along. I had to make fun of you a little bit, but that was, let's blame it on CDOT, but I mean, we got to compromise. This is not going to work. We will not be here in a year. This is no hyperbole. This is no exaggeration. I know you guys don't want to kill Rocky Mountain Taco, so something's got to give. I don't know what it is, but I think it is slowing down people going through town with either speed bumps, stop signs. We're down for the line of sight thing, but you've got to meet us somewhere in the middle here. This is not, you're killing us, and you're killing our customers, our employees. We've literally got employees talking about, do I need to get a second job here? We are dead all of a sudden. It went from busy, always busy. We are dead now. And our employees are starting to freak out, and I don't blame them. And we pay very well, but they rely on tips, and for tips we have to have customers, and for customers we have to have parking spaces. It was already gnarly when we moved in here. We only came into Minturn. It was a funky, cool little town. We thought you guys would get us, and we knew that the parking sucked, and we did it anyways so we can work with that, but we cannot work with 3 parking spots. So just being realistic here, we're getting offers from other places. We need to start considering because this ain't gonna work for us. So I don't know. Something's got to give. But anyways, that's my piece on that. Respect to all you guys and everything, but this ain't gonna work.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Chris.
Get
Yeah, I don't.
name and address, please.
My name's Chris, 291 Main Street.
Also upstanding citizen.
Yes. Do you have any data available? I don't really believe that Toledo has 45 feet in length and Norman Street needs 65 feet of length. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. And then Harrison only gets 24 feet when that's by far the most busiest one because it's your gas station. Like, that doesn't make any sense that they get 24 feet of coverage when gas station people are pulling in and out of there constantly. But Norman is like the stupidest, littlest street right here. And then you got one way this way. It's very clunky. You need to maybe make it one way all through it because no one knows that they can go one way this way. And everyone goes one way this way through your post office because none of it really makes sense. I don't believe these numbers at all. There's no way that Toledo has 45 feet and Norman has 65 feet of line of sight. That can't be right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Jeff, do you have anything to say?
It's all done graphically, and the speed limit that was assumed was 25 miles an hour on Main Street. To do this design, we used the minimum speed and the minimum lengths. We tried to, as Michelle mentioned earlier, the first submittal we made to CDOT, we shortened them, and they rejected it. They said we had to have the 155 feet of stopping distance for the cars on the highway at 25 miles an hour.
So what about the difference that Chris is talking about?
Well, that's, what I'm saying is it's graphically depending on, bends in the highway and clear zones and so forth. I mean,
Like
it's just-
Toledo has a building on the corner. Like it's on the corner and it only has 45 feet. Norman doesn't even have a building on the corner. So how does that, it doesn't make sense at all, 0 cents. Like I don't know what to tell you, it's a building. Like Scarab is on the corner.
Yeah. Okay,
I don't know, I'm just saying.
Jeff doesn't know what he's doing, but his line of sight is the issue. And
Yeah.
we have an angled.
Well, a building on a corner,
You have
the line of sight would be affected.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Lynn?
Lynn Teach, 253 Pine Street. In regards to something that gentleman just said, I was trying to figure that out myself, and as I drove through town, I did notice that corners that either had shorter or perhaps didn't have poles in them were right where there were fire hydrants. And I wonder if that relates to something because they can't be blocked for them to get in there.
No, we have fire hydrant.
Thank you, Lynn.
That, sorry. with
No,
that-
I'm sorry, Rick.
Okay.
You had your minutes. Yes, sir.
Crazy chicken.
Name and address, please.
George Crowder, intern mile liquor. Regarding the speed limit, I just asked everyone if they've ever been to Fairplay. Fairplay they have no problem with, they have a speed limit, and they have a guy that sits there and you get a ticket every time you go through, through Fairplay. So I think that the speeding through here is one major problem. And the other thing is, exactly like Rockies, the parking has gone away. And people, interns been very supportive of us all along. But we get people say now, well, we've come in there, but we can't. There's no place to park. And the parking is, people can park there for two hours in front, and they could care less. The majority of the people could care less whether they take up somebody's space or not. So my idea was to make a 15-minute parking zone in front of the liquor store so that the people that come in can come in, park, get their business and go on their way. We're in the same financial streets as the Rockies Taco. We're people can't get there. It's always been a problem on Saturdays because of the fair or the market, whatever you want to call it. But that we've got to do something. I watched the last meeting with Earl, and he said he feels for our businesses because we have a lot of them that are not really doing that well because of these problems. And the council would like to figure out something to do it. And the only thing I know for our business is to make it a 15-minute parking zone. And I think if we reduced the speed limit and did some enforcement on some of that stuff, we might have a lot better luck. I guess that's all I have.
Thank you, George. Yes.
Jan Aiello, depending upon who you are, I'm either at 30 Mann Avenue or 591 Main. Thank you, Eagle County. I just wanted to second what he said. I work from home, I sit in front of a window, and it isn't 2 times a day that we need enforcement. We need enforcement all the time, and the biggest offenders are semis. And I'm really surprised nobody's been killed by them. I look at the speed, sleep with my window open, I hear them all night long. It is a big problem, not just for school bus timeframes. Thank you.
Thank you.
On that note, Kelly Toon, 531 Main Street. We live in the 500 block, and it's one of the largest straightaways. And I didn't notice it when I moved in, but from the 1000 block to the 500 block, people see the straight line and with no interruptions, and they floor it or they brake as hard as possible. I I probably still would have moved in, but it wasn't apparent till living there, and it's getting worse and worse. I do believe the semi trucks, I'm frightened of it. I filled out some CDOT thing about cycling the other day.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
But it was kind of silly because their pictures were of no traffic, no semi trucks. It was a quaint little county road, and I'm like, did they mean that road or my road?
Yeah.
And I couldn't fill it out. So right here, I looked it up. The semi truck traveling 40 miles an hour, it takes 169 feet to stop. Semi trucks all through town, even in the 25 mile per hour zone, are commonly doing 40 miles an hour. At 55 miles an hour, it takes 335 feet to stop a fully loaded truck. I don't see too many going 65, but some cars do. But luckily, it's just a very, very, very few cars. But it is hard to pull out when you don't know if a car, when you see it, is traveling 65 miles an hour or 25. And that's where the problem comes. I've talked to some people in Boulder that say they have cameras that automatically give out tickets. I don't know how much that costs, but I have noticed the one light that the radar that shows that you're slowing down. When I'm following people do put on their brake lights, but then it's amazing they quickly forget and then just keep going as fast as possible. Cars I'm not so afraid of. I've been hit 3 times as a cyclist throughout my life, but it's usually someone driving past me and then turning right in front of me, no signal. But the semi trucks will kill anybody. And I would love to hear from Scott Peterson, who I love you, but I just don't, is there a secret thing semis are not supposed to be pulled over ever? I mean, it seems like they have a lobbyist, because I've never, in my 30 years in Eagle County, I've never seen a semi truck pulled over, but I've been close to death several times by speeding out of control. I know they have a tough job, but it's just, we have these trucks from Texas carrying these pipes and huge loads of rock, and they're on their Jake brake throughout town. If you're doing 25 miles an hour, you don't need to be on your Jake brake. You somehow need to slow them down before they get to the busy, tighter end of town, like a Cemetery Bridge. I know they slow down at the Shop and Hop because they know there's a corner. But I'd love a bulb out in the center of the road, like a semi-roundabout. And I know we struggle with CDOT. I wish we had control of our road and we could do all these things. But every time we do something, it creates another problem. And I appreciate listening to everybody, but I really wish we could slow the people down. We wouldn't need to see 65 feet down the road if we knew a car was traveling 25 miles an hour, always. But when it could be doing 65, then yes, we need a longer line of sight. And my one comment to the police department is that I do see police 80% of the time towards Dow Junction, Meadow Mountain Business Park area. I know it's closer to the interstate, but it's, to me, I don't know why you guys are always down there and not in the downtown area, but we really need you in the downtown area where we have kids, pets, and driveways. There's one house for a 2-mile section of Meadow Mountain Business Park, but that's where I see the police 80% of the time. So I would like an explanation of that. Thanks.
So Deputy Scott Peterson, Eagle County Sheriff's Office. I'm one of the town of Minturn deputies. Not sure who to talk to, so I'm gonna just kind of walk around.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I hear what you're saying. The mass of a tractor trailer pushes a lot of air. I commonly I'm telling you all my secrets. So if you want to speed, go ahead and speed. I'll tell you all my secrets. I sit at the pull-off at Cemetery and Main Street. It's a nice little tuck away. I'm trying to catch all these areas in town. there's no doubt that there's speeders in town. I live in town, I'm walking, I'm like, holy smokes, and I look at traffic all day long. Trying to get everybody that comes through town to slow down, it's gonna take time. And if the town is accepting of me adjusting the mile per hour over, that I pulled somebody over, I will. I mean, most of us probably drive maybe 5 over. Probably. So if you think about that, if I pull people over at 5 over, wait, I'm just going 5 over. Well, speed limit's still 25. So if I can get some support from the town, all you folks, that's acceptable in your eyes, I can adjust that. What I don't want, and I'm very community oriented, I want to work with people. I want to work with people to solve problems. Does that mean citing every single person for every single thing? No, there is some discretion. As far as doing some speed enforcement from the Meadow Mountain Business Park to Tigawan Road, it all needs to be enforced. How much time do we spend at each location? That's the challenge. Amongst the other stuff that we have to do. So I'm hearing what you're saying. And I can adjust that stuff. But try to have some faith in what we're doing as deputies to try to make things safer. Yes?
So truckers communicate with each other.
Right.
So if you started citing a handful of truckers every week, the word would get out, slow the hell down in Minturn.
Well, and what I'm finding is that the tractor trailers or the commercial motor vehicles aren't driving the speed when I'm out there. Now, not saying that they're not.
They do, I see it all day, every day, yes.
But when I'm out
Yes.
there, I don't see the speeds that.
Because
that
they communicate, they're talking to each
Could be.
other.
Yeah.
Could be. One of the things that I might be able to do is get one of our ghost cars from our fleet. I think, so trying to find that balance, right? I can work on that. But when I'm out there and I'm observing, it feels like they're going fast, but they're really not. So I'm trying to work on all this amongst making sure everything else is safe. But if the town is behind me and they're not gonna be doing the 5 over, because I'm gonna start pulling over at 5 over, that's what we can do.
The truckers at 2 over.
I can pull anybody over at 1 over, but it's a fine balance of, do you wanna be community oriented or do you wanna be a truckers? But then I'm not being equal opportunity.
They're more dangerous.
Yeah.
That's a bigger issue if they're.
All vehicles
Just
are
one of
dangerous.
them.
Truckers are
Just one.
So, any other quick questions?
I've got one, Scott.
Yes.
It was mentioned, a camera that, catches them on the license plates and automatically bills them a speed ticket. Are those effective?
I don't know the legality of it. I don't know the process or how effective it is.
Okay.
Part of kind of, we don't have any in the county. You go to Denver and get the red light cameras, and they've got all these different cameras, red light citations. That kind of shows who the violator is. It ends up being a lot of administrative type work. So if we implemented something like that, I could spend time in my office doing the administrative work for something like that, or it could be visible. One of the things that I try to do to ensure the safety of the children at the bus stop is follow the bus through town when available.
Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
huge. I really appreciate, I see you do it.
You're welcome.
That's awesome.
Sometimes I miss it because I get called somewhere else, but just know, folks.
Either you or Leonard are doing it and it's
so appreciative. I mean, I know I hear a lot of the parents saying, thank God he does that. I've actually seen you pull over people that pass the bus.
Yeah.
And that's incredible. Thank you. Those people should be like gunned down.
I hear what you're saying, but that's a whole different issue.
Sorry.
Any other questions?
Children, you know.
Thank you though, Scott, for everything you do.
Thank you,
You're
Scott.
You do a great job.
My phone is always on. Give me a call if you want to chat about anything. I'm about helping and working through stuff. I want it to be the best community ever. I also don't want people to be afraid of me. I'm not that scary of a guy. I like to have fun, so.
Do you think that the radar thing that posts your speed at the other end of town has helped?
I think maybe a little bit, but I think, my fear is that when people see that, they're looking for the highest score. Hate to say it, that's my fear. We're gonna try to be out there at different places, and our thresholds of pulling people over are gonna be less. At least mine is. I can't speak for Deputy Valdez. But again, phone's always on. Give me a call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
My name is Nella Trail. I live at 30 Man Avenue. We had the bump outs installed in front of our house. Not so much concerned about our parking per se. We've always had a fire hydrant, so that always limited our distance to the corner, so you can still see around our corner. We did lose a parking spot with the sidewalk project. They painted the strip longer. Now we have no back parking. In fact, the yellow strip extends into our neighbor's downslope into her driveway, which I found that to be hysterical. That person has to get into their driveway. They're not gonna not get into their driveway. They might also obstruct that section from time to time. That's kind of Minturn with multiple cars. In regards to the businesses this is affecting, really not cool. Offering Mark Tamburino a space at our house for his employees to park during the day is a really nice gesture on our end, but really not anybody's duty to do. It's kind of sad. It's a lot of knee-jerk stuff that happens in town Minturn and no forethought whatsoever. What about the stoplight that they had talked about for years that goes in down south to stop and slow people down? Also meter the traffic through town so that people would have gaps of time so they're not having pedal to the metal moments to get around the corner. There's a lot more things we could be looking at right now. These bump outs are just absolutely obstructive. If you're asking me as a person who pulls out on Main and Man almost every day, if not daily, it is an obstruction. More so than me just looking around a vehicle. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. You ready? Go ahead.
My name's Darren Tolke at 530 Taylor. I'm going on my 4th decade in town, and I've never seen an officer like that gentleman right there in this town. He is what you call a community officer. That gentleman right there is the bomb.
Yeah.
He will talk to people. He will look you in the eye as a respectable person. Those are the kind of policemen we need in this town.
Here, here.
As far as the biggest beast that we have with this whole issue is speed. I honestly think there should be a large sign on that end of town and a large sign on that end of town. Speeders beware. And if it's 1 mile an hour or 2 mile an hour or whatever he thinks it should be, that's what we should go with. But you're not going to get truckers out of Texas to understand that Minturn, Colorado has a very strict speed rule. It's going to take us a long, long time to get that word out. I think as far as CDOT, how they control our lives here in Minturn with the Main Street. Something in the middle of the highway is what's gonna work. I don't know if we have to put little stop signs out there or whatever it is. We have to take the matter into our own hands, because I don't think they're gonna allow us to do what's sensible. Personally, these plastic poles that we bought, it's a complete waste of money. It's a good experiment. I think we're educating ourselves, which is great. We're growing, so we're gonna have a problem with speed, but that's the number one problem of somehow notify the people coming that way, coming from that way, coming from that way. If you speed, you will pay. People understand when you find the heck out of them. If you write them a $169 ticket, I guarantee that lasts for a while. If you write a trucker a ticket and he actually gets cited for speeding, that's more than just a $169 problem he has. He's got a major, major problem on his hand with possibly losing his job. You're looking at the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Association. They have a score. It goes against the company. I mean, when we start citing semis, it's not just financial. This is major waves. So people will hear about Minturn if we rule with a strong hand, and that's the only way we're going to stop the speeding. The poles they're hideous. I don't like them either, but thanks for trying. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Darren.
Hi, everybody. First and
Name and address, please.
Michael Gattino, 110 Taylor. I support anything one of these businesses comes up and tries to lobby any of you. I've heard over and over since I moved here that this town is business friendly. 50% of the restaurants have been impacted by this place. We have one of the most popular businesses in town. Yet raising a yellow red flag, you'll put us out of here. I think it comes down to then a sacrifice that you guys get to look at. Something's going to have to be sacrificed. I'll throw a shot across the bow. How about those two historical homes? Let's make some parking for all of our businesses. Is anyone considering it? I love those homes. I actually got swayed by Lynn, you, and your passion for it. So I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I'm asking, are we really looking at sacrifices to address what is most important in this town? And that's revenue generation. That doesn't even get to the water issue. Revenue generation. And this has severely impacted revenue generation. So I know that may have come across flippant, or it may not even be able to be considered. But what are we going to do 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when this town is really hurting for parking? Which leads me to this. Based on what I've read and tried to get educated on this town, where we're at is because councils before us, whether it was good intention or not, kicked cans down the road. You guys can't kick cans down the road anymore. There's got to be a sacrifice. Some more than a few people in this town, maybe who have lived here for a long time, maybe they're not going to be happy, but there's got to be some big sacrifices to address these issues, because they're all kind of skirting around growth of this town.
And so I don't know what those sacrifices are. You all do. I'm trying to get educated. The more I get educated, the more I find I'm not sure I have any business even coming up here and talking to you all. Again, I want to emphasize supporting these businesses. I eat there. Thank you guys for putting yourself out there.
Thank you.
Trying to make it happen. I can't imagine how hard it is, especially with our economy. I support enforced speed limits. Red light cameras, no. We do not need to be another People's Republic of Boulder. But the rights of citizens are already violated in massive ways. Cycling. I ride my bike on Main Street every day. Let me tell you how dangerous it is. Anyone who said it has worked out, I question their judgment. When I'm riding those poles, I have a choice. I'm either going to get really close to some poles that are going to grab my handlebars, or I've got to go out into the lane. What happens to the cars behind me? They're on the yellow line, or many times actually passing me in the other lane. Every morning, every single morning, I'm headed to MFC, 3 to 4 to 5 different cars are passing me in the other lane, and they're gunning it, which then goes to, I support enforced speed limits. Trying to go through a bunch of popcorn bullet points here, because, you know, as Darren said, and I think we've highlighted, it's speed through the town. It's safety. We get all of that. I can't imagine how many tickets the sheriff's office would need to write. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be, but it needs to be looked at. Again, what are the sacrifices? I can just categorically state those bulb outs to cyclists have caused a major problem with safety. Someone's going to get hit. Someone's going to crash. It's going to happen. They already swerve and almost hit us all the time on our bikes. Please give that serious weight. I like the idea of middle in the road. I've actually talked to Michelle about this for Taylor Street, because we have a speeding problem on Taylor Street. And we've looked at speed bumps in various ways. I've been in neighborhoods where they do put things in the middle of the road. I think Breckenridge has them. There's something about when something's in the middle of the road, you slow down. I'm sure there's studies. I'm sure there's things you guys could look at. Maybe CDOT doesn't even allow it to happen. But again, these are considerations that I ask this council to sincerely consider. I'm going to end with the sacrifice. So for many years, I don't know, I think there has been, from my perspective, my vantage point, there's been a perspective, my perspective of this town wanting to grow. We've got some really cool plans out there. We've got some master plans. We have the Goliath of Union Pacific holding back the development of the north. We've got a small Main Street. We've got a historic district on 100 block. There's a push me, pull me here thing going on that just keeps seeming to rear its head. And it comes down to this council is going to have to make some sacrifice, some bait, and I'll end here. The movie Jaws, cut the rope, cut the big shark. You guys, let you identify what that shark is, cut him off or he's going to drag this town. We're already headed to $350, $400 water bills. You think this town council's full now? Wait till that gets proposed. So I commend all of you. Thank you very much. Again, I'll say it again. The more I know, the more I'm impressed with your effort and your courage to try to make very difficult decisions. And not everyone in this town is going to be happy. They're just not going to be, including myself maybe. But do the best you can for it. Make some sacrifice that previous town councils have not had the courage to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else? I do urge y'all to stay because we have the next topic coming up that is about the water treatment plant. We have the latest design work done, and so hang in there. And at this time, great input. We have a lot to think about, but we need to move as quickly as we can. So with this, I'd like to open it up to council for discussion.
You need to close public comment.
I'm sorry?
You need to close public comment.
No, it's not.
Discussion.
Okay. Discussion,
Are you looking for
direction?
yes.
Yes, I will be looking for direction at the end of the discussion. Thank you.
So we're looking for council's thoughts on what we can do after we've heard several ideas tonight.
Should I go first? We just go down the line.
Yeah.
Get moving. I want to thank everyone for coming and first of all, this is exactly how temporary traffic calming measures are supposed to work. You put stuff up, you iterate, you learn from it, you get public comment. The reason seeing people here is the best thing ever. When I walk into a PAC council, I'm like, we're gonna get direction, we're gonna make some good decisions for the community. This is how small government works, this is how small towns work. I got onto council in large part because I wanted to do something about Highway 24. I've got a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old, and we're constantly walking around town, riding our bikes, running, doing all the things. I've learned so much about CDOT over the last 2 years. As we mentioned, it's managed by, Highway 24 is managed by them. We have asked and suggested a very, very long list of ideas, proposals to slow down traffic. Take a quick step back. Enforcement and speed limit signs don't control traffic speeds. What controls traffic speeds is the design of the road. You make a road real wide, people go real fast. You ever catch yourself driving somewhere and you're kind of listening to a song and look down and go, oh my God, I'm going 75 miles an hour? That's kind of what happens. It's like water through a pipe. You got to constrict the pipe. So what we're talking about here with the bulb outs is part of a, kind of a larger group of efforts to calm down traffic called traffic calming. We have proposed everywhere from raised crosswalks, flashing signs. Colorado passed a law allowing speed limit cameras in certain streets. You'd be hard pressed to find something that we haven't asked CDOT pretty aggressively over the past, dating back 10, 20 years even, to do. And I lose sleep over CDOT holding small towns across Colorado hostage. So one thing I could please ask you all to do after this meeting, write your Colorado state representatives and shoot them an email. We've already been talking to them. Tell them how mad you are and disappointed in CDOT and say, I want more control of small towns over their main streets. That would go very far if every one of you emails your state representatives. That gives us some efforts, and we're going to try to change this law at the state level eventually long term. So got that? You're going to do that, please. Kind of second, I agree, temporary bulb outs, temporary traffic calming measures. This is how they're supposed to work, right? They're cheap. You put them up, you test them, you get people's feedback, and then you can agree that you've made mistakes or you've hit something awesome. It's ruined my vacations. Everywhere I go, I'm taking pictures of traffic calming measures and sending them to our town our manager, Michelle, she can vouch for me. Do the same, send us ideas. Small towns have landed on these types of calming measures as a way to test and iterate through trying to slow people down. Adding medians, adding raised crosswalks, adding planters, adding really cool things that match your town, painting the streets. All of these things work together to try to lower speeds overall. So what we're noticing is pretty clear that we did not, I think, as a council, hear comments. We didn't talk about this enough in meetings, the impact of the park. Anderson, we didn't know. And I think we have to agree that we kind of messed that one up. I love that we're hearing this input. And I think the whole point of doing these temporary things is to take that input and say, it's a temporary measure. We didn't spend, $500,000 on concrete permanent bulb outs and just to turn around and have to rip them up. So this is exactly how it goes. One more thing I wanted to talk about. Safe Streets for All is a federal grant that we got $80,000 from the federal government at the we kicked off this project 2 weeks ago. If you were at last week's 2 weeks council meeting, you heard an update on the project. We've got an engineering firm. I did a walkabout with them in town 2 weeks ago, going through all of these intersections, cataloging things. They are kicking off a community workforce group. I know some of the audience here are maybe signed up to be a part of like the task force. There's going to be open houses moving forward, and this is a big effort to design safe streets for all, not just 24, but all of our streets in Minturn. So please pay attention to emails and things like that and get involved when you see the opportunity to do that. And I guess just in terms of things that I would be, recommendations to staff, I think, we kind of didn't account, I think, for some real impacts of parking on this project. And I would be in favor of going out and purposefully making sure that we ask CDOT and say, they're not a bulb out, they're a pedestrian protection thing, and maybe do a 2-foot thing or come up with some creative ways to make them as short as possible. So I've even seen ones where they're just like a little loop. If they say no, maybe we're at the point where we have to rip those up for the winter and rethink it. But I don't think, hearing from some respected local businesses, this is not something that our town can handle if those, businesses are being impacted by this. It's a trade-off, and I think we got to learn, make mistakes, and move forward as a community. So thank you. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, and thank you all for showing up and being part of this and helping us solve this awful problem. I think probably we all agree here that the cure is way worse than the disease when it comes to the bulb outs. And I have no question in my own mind that they have to go. But the underlying problem remains. And to me, well, I agree, the biggest problem is CDOT. And I think we can pressure them in a potentially more effective way. But we need a really concerted plan, and all those letters would be very helpful. I mean, we obviously need to slow down traffic. We obviously need things like flashing lights at the crosswalks and stuff like that. We don't need to make Norman a one-way street. I think those of us who live off of Norman would get trapped because it is a dead end, folks. And interestingly enough, since I do live off the cul-de-sac in Norman, and I come through with the bulb outs, my sight line, for whatever reason, isn't much better. It's not even working that way. And it's been a disaster for our businesses. It's been a disaster aesthetically for the town. It is a disaster for cyclists. And they're dangerous and ugly. So, but I think we do need to keep working on this problem, and I think we need to put even more pressure on our state representatives, and maybe put together a committee to focus on forcing CDOT to let us do what we need to do to protect our town.
As stated, thanks for coming out. Cut to the chase, and I apologize for shotgunning this. As was said at the very outset of the meeting, a lot of this information started getting pushed out last September. So again, greatly appreciate the engagement now. But a myriad of subjects, we all need to be engaged. I'm one of them. I'm new to town council as well as on P&Z. I've been out of the country all summer long. I got home, saw these, and said, what in the hell are they? So I'm as much at fault as anyone else. That said, yes, we are somewhat held hostage by CDOT, to use that phrase, but at the same time, this plan went through a process, and it was approved, and it was implemented, and it was executed. The intentions were good. Unfortunately, the execution is not what was anticipated. I think we can all violently agree that speed is the problem. That said, as we use the term sacrifice, what nobody is willing to sacrifice is somebody getting hurt or worse on Highway 24. I don't think anybody here wants to raise their hand and say, yep, I'll roll that dice. So what do? The stop sign reposition could be temporary, just like the bulb outs. I'm not suggesting the white poles stay, they gotta go. There is no argument from anybody at this table that, just as Brian poised, this was an experiment that failed, and we'll move on and figure out other solutions. Got it. That said, the speed sign at the end of over by the Boneyard, other parts of Colorado, those speed signs have police lights on them. So lo and behold, you're down in Lakewood, you're running down Jewel, you hit that speed sign, based on the margin of error, those police lights come on. People respond to that a little differently. Two key areas of this town that are a problem. The entry at the town by Minturn Angler, exacerbated by the narrower street now, which we all would agree, the semi trucks are gonna clock you if you are northbound 24 traffic and he comes in at 26 miles an hour. It is a physical problem. Got it. So what do we do about that? We need to change the entry into town at both ends of town, whether it's Darren's suggestion of the sign, I'm not suggesting that, but the bottom line is to properly and tactically use our police officers where they do the best good. Sitting at the entry point of town does not solve Kelly's problem. Doesn't solve Rocky Mountain Taco's problem. So what do we put at the ends of town to chill people out? And if they can't hold the speed limit, then Officer Peterson is sitting somewhere phased throughout town, depending on the time of day and the activity of the day, and they're gonna get a ticket. Simple. The margin of error, correct me if I'm wrong, is roughly 3 miles per hour based on the inaccuracy of a radar detector, or I'm sorry, a speed camera, and your speedometer, plus or minus. Depends on the technology. Depends on if it's Chinese. We'll go there. So point being is, we fully understand that, but the fact of the matter is, if we start talking about Frisco and we start putting stop signs throughout town, anybody raise your hand that you're on board with living next to that stop sign and listening to start-stop traffic all day long at the peak of the season? I'm not suggesting that's not the right idea, because yes, at the end of the day, there has to be something other than a human being to slow or stop traffic. No argument. Just keep that in mind when we start talking about stoplights and stop signs. Again, not a bad idea. Just remember what comes with each one of these ideas. Yes, we absolutely need to repaint all the crosswalks. They need digital signs. But all of us, I believe, already had this experience standing at Country Club Magustos, hit that digital stop sign and dare step out. My wife routinely gets on my case because I fully admit it. I walk out with both barrels blazing, hit me. Please, God, hit me. Nobody who comes to our town remembers what is the law in this state when a crosswalk is occupied. You stop, period. Do they do it? No. With those blinking lights, they do not. Code enforcement. When this idea first came around, did we have it? No. Do we now? Yes. So now can we go down the road of yellow curves, much shorter length? And if you don't want to abide by it, you're going to get a parking ticket. Do we need the revenue? Hell yes, we need the revenue. Speed cameras, not red light cameras, speed cameras. Marco can attest to this. I certainly can in Germany. They're all over. The Germans live to set up speed cameras like sniper nests. I promise you it's not a fun feeling to get 3 speeding tickets in the span of 5 minutes, but it happens. Is it possible here in the States? Here in little tiny Minturn? No. Officer Peterson already pointed that out, because at the end of the day, somebody has to verify that face in that picture is you. And then we send you a ticket. Last but not least, CDOT, yes, our hands are tied. However, there are things within our control right now, unfortunately, as Michelle highlighted in painful detail, our hands are tied when you start talking about putting any kind of traffic impediment in the highway. It is a non-starter. The only way for that to happen is we own the road, which again, highlighted, as of right now, based on regulations, we cannot. So what do we do in the interim? We greatly appreciate all this input. Just understand, we're all residents, we're all taxpayers, we got it. We will move on, learn from this. The last thing we want to do is damage businesses, residents, or affect anybody's safety. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm gonna shoot for brevity. I will echo the thanks for coming out and being a part of this. I think the challenge that we have as a council is like managing the tension between values that are in conflict, either because we don't have enough resources or the right resources or the right authority or control. And so we'll approach a problem that we think we want to try and solve, and sometimes we miss. And I think we feel that sentiment right now. So we appreciate the feedback. We're not certainly tied to anything. We want to try something and see if it makes our town better. And if it doesn't, we'll do something better. So kind of to that end, like if you see something awesome working out there, please tell us. The strength of this community is the community. And if we have 1,000 people thinking about this problem, it's sure a lot better than the 7 of us up here. So I think to Brian's point, like trying something and seeing if it's better is always better than not trying anything. And we learned a lot in this process about what this town values and what kinds of policies that we would like to go look at going forward. I think we all agree that there's a problem, but to Lynn's point, we don't want to make the cure worse than the symptoms. So thanks for your engagement, and we'll keep trying.
Kirsty?
Well, once again, I want to thank everybody for their input and showing up tonight. It's greatly appreciated. If I'd have known how this was all going to pan out when we actually agreed to this, I would have voted no on it. Our goal was actually for safety. We were looking for, basically, if you're coming off the side street, coming onto 24, line of sight, that way somebody wouldn't get hit, slowing down traffic on 24. And I got to be honest, I mean, I didn't even really take into consideration what I was going to do to businesses, and for that, I really apologize. I feel that there's a compromise to be had on this. The white poles, I just think are hideous. I think they need to really go. It's not good for our town. I think basically we could minimize the no parking zone to where it would kind of still be able to use the side streets and you still have a line of sight. You're feel safe crossing the sidewalk, but I don't know what we can do. This, I've heard everybody's comment with slowing the speeds on Highway 24. It's going to have to come from CDOT. We're going to have to somehow or another, with the traffic study, convince them that we need to have a slower speed limit. You know, lower it by 10 miles an hour through town. But safety is our number one priority here in town. Everybody on this council feels the same way, and that's why we were really hoping that we were doing the right thing for safety. It's kind of backfired, and for that I apologize, and we are going to make it right. We're going to do, you know, if it's compromise or whatever, it's going to be repaired. I promise you that.
Thank you, Dusty. We appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm going to be the man of many words. Thank you all for coming out. Your feedback is invaluable to us. We're here to serve you at the end of the day, and we can't do this without your help. So thank you for all of your input.
So I'll try to be brief, but first of all, I think everyone has spoken very well to our perception of what we've done. One thing at least we learned is the solution that we hoped would work is not going to work in our town because of all the difficulties. So there's other ways so my suggestion is that this council will give direction tonight to staff to make certain take certain steps. I'm going to propose that all the white poles come down. I'm going to propose that the yellow lines that are obviously way too long be reduced, and I would like to have perhaps an engineer look at what curbs are really critical and cut them down to where it's still something that we can work with. We also have a code enforcement officer now. He's experienced, and he will be out walking, I'm sure. So, and people will get tickets if they're in the yellow spaces. So the idea here is, you know, we now know what we know now. So, and for that, this has been a success. Now, unfortunately, it was very unsettling to the community, and but it works every time that when we piss off the community, they show up. So every time. And you know what? I've always said governing in a vacuum is scary business, and so I just want to urge y'all to please. At least, you know, we send out the email blast. If you're not getting information from our town, then you need to talk to Cindy or Michelle, and they'll give. I mean, we try. It's about 5 or 6 different ways we try to communicate. And so, if you see something that you think, okay, these guys are going to come out and put out polls again on this issue, you know, whatever, then show up. Those things can be avoided, but. We did not have the foresight of what this would mean, but that's because we'd never done it before. So you never really know until you do it, and now we know. So with that, I would like to ask council: are they in agreement with the direction?
Totally agreement.
Okay. Are we okay?
Agreed.
Is that clear direction?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Could I also add that we check with CDOT
Right.
if there's a way to not call them bulb outs, or maybe it's a curb extension or something where all you're doing is protecting the pedestrian and not 80 feet or whatever their engineering guideline is. I just Googled it and I saw a bunch of different Google images of some communities that have, you know, really short ones. All you're doing is like extending the sidewalk out a little bit to see if they'd be willing to in the future do that. So,
Actually, I think Tom gave us a solution. He's going to walk the crosswalks.
yeah.
Hold down.
That's the ones out there.
Chickens at every corner.
I will be executing my resignation right at that point. Got it.
Very quick, Larry.
Don't need to come up?
No.
One of the things that I think the businesses need in regards to the yellow line is to have their delivery trucks for the food trucks or UPS or FedEx be able to pull into those yellow spots for temporary unloading. And I don't know if that's
Loading
something
zones.
that y'all can manage or however the deputies can
Okay.
manage that. It's something that's really critical for our businesses.
That's a good thought. Okay.
Thank you, it's very critical.
So, so what we're gonna do is Michelle's gonna execute the direction. We're not giving up, but we've heard a lot of good ideas here, and we're gonna go back and talk with folks that know better than us and see if we can come up with a different one. One option is, of course, send a video of this council meeting to CDOT. Maybe that would help. That would be very good, so.
Tell us where to send a letter and I'm sure everyone in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
What district?
Can you get it on the website?
Maybe a draft letter.
Okay. And by the way, if anyone is offline, they don't do email, they don't do websites and so forth, we generally will print out important stuff on the table in the lobby. So that's all we got on that. But now we're going on to the next thing. It's going to either excite you or upset you. Oh yeah. Let's take a recess right now. Okay. Take a 5-minute recess. Michelle.
Good stuff.
People with yellows that so the reflector lights and you stop traffic. Against the
But it's cool to, you know, live somewhere where it's, I don't know, figured out, I Google this stuff all the time. There's some creative stuff that people are doing, you know?
I don't think you can be no.
I have a team scheduled at 10, I thought it
Maybe I gotta go to the different one.
They're doing it.
I might go for a ride on the window football hasn't lost sight of it. That's the wrong sport. Yeah. Ed, wait, he didn't say NFL? Yeah, you did. Oh, okay. National Hockey League. Okay, I thought you said NFL. I got to get a hearing aid. Yeah. Kevin would say, what the hell is this?
Okay.
Oh, shoot, I thought he said NFL.
Latest approach.
Emphasis prime rate that we are.
Thank you and welcome back. Please stay. Next item on the agenda is the water treatment plant 30% design review and cost discussion. So important discussion that we're having. So I will turn it over to I'll just turn it over to you. You can handle it from there. Jared, don't mind.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, we have a group of folks online to help answer any questions that the council or the public might have. So before you in your packets this evening are 30% design drawings for a membrane water treatment plant to serve the town of Minturn only off of Cross Creek. These designs were created through the reuse of any potential infrastructure the town already has. So John Volk, Minturn's water treatment plant operator, and Jared Limke, engineering and design, worked very closely together and had a lot of back and forth on how we could reuse any of the current infrastructure that we have to find cost savings. So with that, you saw the price come down from what used to be an $18 million estimate to $12 to $14 million estimate.
I thought that's what we had last time was in there, wasn't it? Because I have two estimates here. I have one that was from August of last year, and then I had one that was before. In August of last year, it came in I was shocked that it wasn't any lower because it came in last year, a membrane plant was 9.8 to 14.9. That was August of 23.
I can let Jared speak to that.
Okay.
Those were his estimates, engineering estimates. The estimates that you have before you this evening are estimates from a water treatment plant construction firm. So we wanted to make sure that we were bringing forth very valid numbers on what we were truly looking at. We've had quite a few estimates from engineers over the years. We've been working on this since 2019, I believe, was when the capital improvements plan first started. And we've had several estimates from engineers, but in order to make sure that we were getting really accurate numbers, Jared went out and hired a construction firm, and we have two representatives from that firm, I believe, on the call tonight to discuss any questions that you might have pertaining to the estimates received. We also have tonight on the Zoom Jim Mann, who has done a rate analysis to take a look at if we have a worst case scenario of a $14 million plant, what does that do to our water rates? And as you saw in the council packet, we have recommended that we have a Minturn Seniors program in the water rates whereby anybody that has owned their home in Minturn for 20 years or over and is under the 100% AMI has their water rates frozen as of now. So those folks would not be impacted by any increase to water rates. So with that, I want to turn it over to the council to ask questions of our experts. Again, we have Jared, who was involved with the design and engineering of the 30% construction. We have John Volk, who currently operates Minturn's water treatment plant and can attest to the work that's been done so far to find any cost savings available. We have the construction firm that provided estimates that are in your packet. And we have James Mann, who provided a memo identifying how we would have to address this through debt payments.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yes.
At this time, we'll entertain questions from the board for Jared or John Volk. Does anyone have anything at this moment?
I have something probably maybe Michelle can answer this. We got the grant money the last couple of years, that we had the 1 million that we were supposed to use on the water plant, we did, and then we got 2 million. Is that 3 million still available, and was that factored in to the 14 million that was on the debt payment? So technically, we're only borrowing 11 million, is that?
So if you take a look at Jim Mann's memo.
I did, I
he-
couldn't tell on that.
Okay, yes, so he has included the 3 million.
I didn't see that in there.
Yeah, so Jim Mann can speak to that as well.
All right.
Yes.
And my question relates to, I understand we're making use of what we've got. But in terms of the water treatment plant, the facility, is that large enough, or will it be large enough to house, for instance, a pre-treatment facility if and when we decided we needed one? And are more modules, I forget what the name of them is.
Trains.
Say that again.
I think they're called trains.
Trains, yes.
So Jared or John Volk, I believe either of you could probably take that.
Yep. Yeah, this is Jared. Audio okay?
Yes, great.
Excellent. Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate the opportunity to talk this through. So, Lynn, your question was, is the building in our present 30% design documents large enough to house pretreatment for a future expansion? The short answer is no. We decided with this new effort of trying to give, for lack of a better term, a bare bones water plant with no frills except for the stuff that you need to get a permit for water treatment in the state of Colorado, that Eagle River water, which is the one that we're recommending pretreatment for, would not be considered in this iteration of the water plant.
So, by going ahead with this plan, we basically have to start from scratch if we ever needed to use Eagle River water, or if we needed more trains.
So starting from scratch, no. What would be needed if we were to bring Eagle River water to this plant is simply just a new pretreatment process located remotely but nearby to the existing if the existing membrane plant that's within that 30% design drawing package. So that's what the expansion would look like. You might call it something like a pretreatment building, for example.
Is that the same with PFAS? So I have limited knowledge about water treatment plants, but I do know that communities across the state and country are having to go back and retrofit if they do find forever chemical contamination. I know we're lucky enough not to have that for now, but what's the retrofit process look like for that?
Yeah, so PFAS, perfluoroalkylated substances, more of a novel thing as far as bringing them into our treatment space. Those are typically treated through techniques on filtered water. And so if you were to do anything with that, which I doubt, like you mentioned, Intern's got a very good advantage of being at the top of the food chain when it comes to getting water out of Cross Creek. There's little to no pollution upstream of there. So the occurrence of PFAS, the risk of that is very low for you. However, if it is found, those substances, the preferred treatment technique, best available technologies are ion exchange, reverse osmosis, or granular activated carbon. All of those technologies are only suitable for filtered water, and so that would be treating thus the filtrate coming out of the membranes. And similar answer if you needed to include any kind of GAC. That's the most cost-effective generally and typical best available technology. GAC stands for granular activated carbon. That would also probably need a new facility, new building, perhaps located nearby the proposed building that's just to house membranes and necessary ancillary processes for them to function.
So, so one of the main justifications I recall for folks saying we needed to change our system and acquire a membrane treatment plant is because of the increased state regulations and concern that at some point we would have to do deal with forever chemicals, certain quotas of stuff like that, or whatever. But it sounds like this plant won't be able to do any of that. Am I correct?
So the membranes are presently the best available technology held industry-wide for treating water. They provide the highest degree of quality water when it comes to filtration treatment. So in that regard, you are getting the best available technology in your water plant should you move forward with what we're proposing in our 30% design. But like I said, it doesn't treat for perfluoroalkylated substances. That's a separate process that would be on the filtrate through adsorption or ion exchange. Those rules recently promulgated by EPA in October of this year. CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Water Quality Control Division, who regulates water treatment in Colorado, is anticipated to be publishing a new set of rules and design criteria, according to a presentation I sat in last week. So in that subset of rules, we're anticipating to see what specific design criteria they are going to ask for developing new water sources that need PFAS treatment. Reminder though, I don't know if Minturn has any PFAS. John, since you're on the call, have you been monitoring for PFAS at all, and have you found any?
Yeah, we tested in 2020 and it was non-detect. So no detection in our water.
And we still have to use our wells in the springtime because there'd be too much turbidity in the water, correct?
Half correct. Turbidity is just a measure of light scatter in water, and it measures particles, essentially. What you're referring to is TOC, total organic carbon. And so that generally is not removed by membranes, right? So settling pretreatment, for example, would be a good technique to remove TOC. But you are right on. Our strategy to keep costs low for this iteration of design would be to rely on the wells to make up water, because the wells exhibit much less TOC in the spring than does Cross Creek. So the short answer is dilution is a solution in that aspect.
Jared, the old sand filter 3, I believe it is, we were talking about dredging it and using it as a settling pond. Is that part of this design?
Kind of, sort of. So we are planning to reuse sand filter 3, but much more in its familiar face. So with membranes, they generally operate as a dead-end filter. And so think of it that, 96% of the water that goes through there is going to go into the drinking water system. And 4% of the water that goes through there is going to come back as backwash. So you operate the membranes backwards to remove any impingements or surface fouling on those membranes when you agitate them with air. And all of those impingements in the water make up about 4% of the total flow. That water we are planning to send to filter 3 as it's presently designed, just as a filter, and then capture the filtrate out of filter 3 and recycle it back to the head of the plant. And that'll increase plant efficiency quite a bit.
Will that help with filter life on the membranes with doing that process, or are you still talking like 7 to 10 years for replacement on the filter itself?
Still talking about that. So the backwashing is just a necessity fact of life when you get into membrane treatment. It's something that needs to be done. It's going to happen every 30 to 40 minutes on these membranes. What will happen is a back pulse You won't even know it generally. If you're standing next to it, it'll just go into a quick little back pulse. And that's just common maintenance to keep them producing water.
And how would the cost of operating the plant compare to what we have now? Would we need more staff or higher paid public works staff, higher credentialed?
I'm sure if you ask John if he wants a raise, he'll say yes. But the answer is no. So our evaluation looked at any kind of licensure requirements for a membrane plant, and John's well qualified to do it. He has experience doing it. A lot of operators do. Membranes are very common in Colorado as a treatment for surface waters. So I don't know the exact costs as they would compare to now, Lynn. But it would be more expensive for Minturn to operate a membrane plant. However, it's a very, very common process. It's not, you're still using the same amount of chlorine that you are now. The only thing you're adding is going to be a little bit more power for the pumps. Go ahead.
The greater expense, would that be like in the ballpark of 50%?
I don't know how much I don't know what the costs are per year now. So I can't say what the cost increase would be on a percentage basis. And even in order to answer your question, I would need some time to sit down and calculate it out to give you an informed answer. Because if I were to just say it right now, it would be a bit of a guess, and I don't want to do that to you.
Because I'm just thinking that would have to be in addition to the cost of building the treatment plant. That would be another expense that ratepayers would have to shoulder if they had to hire, pay a salary of another new employee.
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend you need to have another employee. Again, that's up to John. He's the one who operates your systems. Maybe that's good for him to answer kind of theirs. How do you see the staff going forward if this membrane plant were to be constructed?
I don't see much of a change. A lot of these facilities, the reason they're put in is because the lack of manpower on day-to-day operations. They pretty much run themselves. I mean, there is maintenance you got to be on site for to do, and you got to check on them. But I mean, there's plants that we go to twice a week, and they run. And if there's any kind of a alarm or a shutdown or any issues, we get notified of it, and then we're out there seeing what's going on.
Jim has his hand raised. I don't know if he had a bit of an answer to the cost question there, perhaps.
Go ahead, Jim.
I would just add that we do, and I apologize, my camera, it's dark where I am right now. But we do include some additional costs for the operation of the new plant in the analysis. It's a nominal amount. It's about $150,000. I say nominal, but it's still a significant dollar amount. That is really meant to cover if there is additional personnel costs and or utility costs associated with the operation of the new plant. So there is something built into the analysis that we have done.
Is that a cost to anticipating training of personnel, or I'm not understanding what that cost is?
It's just an anticipated additional cost on an annual basis to run the new plant. If it doesn't come to fruition, obviously you don't need to maintain that. But we early on, it was suggested in one of the many engineering studies that there would be some additional operational costs that we should account for.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, while you're on the line, if we take a loan out on this, would there be any prepayment penalty if we pay it off, say, in 5 years?
Yes, taking a loan out through the Colorado Water Resources Power Development Authority, there is a call protection period on the bonds. Typically, that call protection period is 10 years. And after that 10-year period, you can make prepayments on the bonds.
And that's if we go with the SRF or,
Correct.
okay. And if we can figure out how, can we possibly do it privately, like bonding it or something? What would that entail? Because that would get us away from some of those regs, right?
You could do a private issuance. Typically, a private issuance is going to have a call protection, 8+ years, 10, depending on what underwriter you would be working with. You can obviously pay down or pay for a shorter call period that would allow you to do prepayments sooner than later. But you're going to have an interest rate penalty on that. It may not be significant, but when you're talking in terms of a percentage rate, may not be that significant. But when you're talking about, $13-14 million of borrowing, that extra perhaps quarter point would certainly have an impact on the rates. There is one other alternative that you could look at. You could look at doing basically two tranches of debt. One tranche of debt you could just lock in and have it, through the Power Development Authority, having that 10-year call provision with prepayment not happening, and you could basically sell a second tranche for that portion that you think you might receipt at a future date, that would have a quicker prepayment ability, or it could be a bond anticipation note that has a shorter term and that you would just pay off in that time frame. So there are a couple of financing mechanisms that you could use in the event that you anticipate additional dollars being receipted.
Jim, if we do any kind of like early repayment, does that help ratepayers in terms of reducing their monthly water bills, or is that more just shortening the note?
You would, through the Power Development Authority, you would have to work with them to try to re-amortize the debt so that it would reduce the payments that would then impact the ratepayers. Most of the time when you're looking at prepaying debt, it makes principal payments on the back end, so you shorten the length of it. On a private placement or a private debt issuance, you could call throughout the amortization schedule. A little bit more arduous, but it's a process that you can do. Depends on what your end goals are going to be, what's going to be the best solution. If you're looking at cutting your interest costs down as much as possible, you pay it off at the back end moving forward. If you're talking about reducing the impacts to the ratepayers, you would want to make payments or prepayments on the entire amortization schedule.
Could you hold part or all of a potential cash influx in the enterprise fund and use that to subsidize monthly rates?
That's what he talks about down here.
You could. Basically what you'd be looking at doing is taking whatever the prepayment amount was and basically running a present value calculation that you're going to use X to pay down principal on an annual basis and Y to pay the interest costs. So it would be similar to a prepayment, but you would be holding the dollars.
So I have a myriad of questions. Jared, just to reaffirm, I apologize for being repetitive, but you stated the current 30% due to the fact it does not have a pre-treatment. Eagle River water is not an option in this model, correct?
Correct.
So that said, going over to the next question, which is the primary objective of this right now is ultimately to give review and discussion and then give staff time to look at additional funding sources. So one of those potential funding sources is a development that their primary source of water is Eagle River water. So I'm not putting you on the hot seat, but I guess the question would be back to that pre-treatment. What kind of numbers roughly are we even looking at if we put that secondary annex in there with the intent of working on a cost offset?
Several million, probably. You would need settling and a new building. So yeah, roughly, if I had to guess, and you're not going to hold me to it, probably somewhere between $4 and $8 million.
Okay, and over to John. Obviously, this can has been getting kicked for a while, and we're just trying to inform the public so they understand the forcing functions that are occurring here at this point due to the fact as we march down this road and continue to wait. So two things. Issues with the retrofit of the current sand filters. Obviously, we've discussed turbidity and TOC. I'm assuming a massive risk we take with simply retrofitting the sand filters is the fact that it may not achieve proper biological homeostasis, correct? And never be allowed to be used until it reaches that point. Is that a true statement? That's for John.
It could be possible.
Okay.
Trying to get a slow sand filter online again could take a while. That's true.
And Jared, you mentioned earlier in regards to regulatory directives you just heard and what you're waiting to hear from. So in situations where you're retrofitting a pre-existing system, where do those new regulations fall in place? You mentioned it in regards to new build. How does that fall in place when you're dealing with pre-existing systems that obviously have run their course and have to be either retrofitted or replaced?
Yeah,
Where
at
does
that
line get drawn?
at that time, once you open the can of worms, you're on the hook for bringing the entire facility up to the current regulations. And so we've run into that before where we just went into a water plant to do pre-treatment upgrades. And once you do that, and you want to apply for a permit to operate that plant, that permit to operate that plant is going to be contingent on being up to date with the most current regulations and criteria.
Okay. And over to Jim. So in that scenario, from a finance standpoint, when we start talking about the bond and multiple entities possibly being involved in that, what does that look like? I realize there's some major legal hurdles with that, but generally speaking, if we're talking a 50% offset of costs, timeline, and then your mitigation efforts you speak of that Brian brought up as well as far as the general fund is concerned. And because the reality is key objective is, yes, we have to find a solution, but at the same time, $300-400 water bills in residents within the town of Minturn waiting on an amortization schedule and an inevitable increase in development in SFEs is well, more pain than most folks want to levy on them. So I guess the question is, again, not holding you to it, but what does that look like if we bring in another party? And obviously we're discussing cost offsets that are going to include additional costs because it's going to require pretreatment.
I think the short answer is if you've got another party that is going to require the pre-treatment facility, that as much as possible, you're going to want to enter into some sort of agreement where they would pay that up front so that you're not bonding for it and being on the hook for it. If that pre-treatment facility is going to then partially benefit the rest of the town, we'd have to do some analysis to say how much is it going to be, how much, just my point is, if you say we have to spend $4 million to put a pretreatment facility in. And 3 million of it is going to be directly attributable to this one development. And $1 million is going to benefit the town. It's not a huge lift to adjust the borrowing that would be impactful to the town. But I would say you'd want that other $3 million up front before you proceed to spend those dollars.
Okay, thank you.
A question for Jared. You mentioned, the slow sand, and I know that's been my horse that I keep riding on because I know the cost with it's putting, on everybody with going with the membrane. Membrane's my first choice, but the cost is what's kind of makes me look otherwise. But if the slow sand was actually up to EPA standards, with having the liner and having the enclosure, would it still meet all the criteria as far as the testing, and would you get maybe 5 years out of it before, the codes would override it?
I think so. I believe we addressed that in our alternatives analysis where you pulled your cost info from last year.
I read through that pretty thorough.
Okay. Yeah. I think the short story, what I recall when speaking with CDPHE about whether, they still permit this technology, the answer is yes, but it comes with a lot of those strings, some of which you mentioned, right? Has to have a building over top of it, needs to be lined. So those are direct costs that you would have to get through. The quality of water that they produce is very limited, and one of the requirements CDPG would have us do is put in what is called roughing filters, which are basically pretty open filters, just to get out the big stuff so it doesn't impinge on the sand filters. Add to that that sand filters are highly dependent on biological activity. And Minturns are rather cold climate, so biological activity is slower than it is in Florida. So your throughput on those filters is rather limited. And I think, I guess I shouldn't think, we have the facts in this document, so I don't need to think, but the flow or the capacity through there, it wasn't quite hitting that 0.6 MGD that we've kind of settled on for the town in the winter. But we did anticipate it being possible in the summer. And those are all the theoretical math, what those rehabilitated sand filters should provide. What we've heard from John is filter 3, by the spirit of the rule, complies. It's got a cover and it's in a concrete basin. It doesn't have a roughing filter, but correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I think you're limited to about 60 gallons per minute out of that one filter, which is equivalent to no more than 0.1 MGD, and our design flow again is 0.6.
Yeah, we typically run it at that speed. We had it up to, when we kind of stress tested it years ago, I think it was around 180, but it plugged up very quick on us.
So, Minturn is kind of in an exceptional situation because, at least to the extent that we rely on water from Cross Creek, our water is extraordinarily pure to begin with. And that's one of the reasons we've been able to limp along okay with the sand technology, sand filter technology. But one question I have for you is, between this bid and the more expensive bid, what are we giving up?
Could you specify what the more expensive bid was?
The prior bid that you did for the that
Last year's.
Michelle was alluding to.
Yeah.
So where you weren't just taking everything kind of as is and trying to work with it. I'm just wondering what we're giving up in this lower bid, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't think you're giving up anything really. So my estimate last year was done without a design. So I used a lot of very round numbers, just informed from what it about should cost, just given my project experience with other jobs. And my estimate actually came out to about, well, not about, again, 11.35 million. And then I put that range on there. That range is consistent with cost estimating practices in our industry for the level of definition of your design. And that's where that 9.8 to 14.9, I want to say, came from. So that was the range I provided because I'm not going to say it's an $11.3 million plant. There's too much uncertainty. The one that Glacier and Blake Evans, who's on, is from Glacier, and he's the one who put together the opinion of probable construction costs that you have now, the 20-page blue and white tables. They put that together based on my 30% drawings. And that one's going to be a little bit more accurate because it was based on an actual design that considered actual lengths of pipes, actual dimensions of buildings, how many rooms are in that building, what they look like, what their walls are made out of, what the foundation looks like. All of those things are a lot more defined in our 30% design so that we can have a higher degree of confidence now that the August 2024 estimate provided by Glacier is a lot more accurate and founded on a real basis. Again, the one I provided last year was a guess based on project experience, anecdotal and parametric data that we just have available to us.
One thing to reaffirm per Gusty's question, and you alluded to Sand Filter 3 meeting the spirit of the law. Still go back to the question, if we risked and we spent money to simply retrofit, you stated it would still open up the quote regulatory directive can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
So even though 5 years is a margin of error in hopes that we have more revenue by that time, obviously costs are going to go up. However, it still brings into question whether it would even be able to come online, because again, would it meet the letter of the law if we now open that can realistically in the current climate of regulatory issues within this state, i.e. the risk associated with that?
Right, and that risk is undefined. We've not investigated that. Sand filters are I don't want to call them a defunct, but an older technology that's been evolved with conventional and membrane treatments. So we haven't really investigated all of the nuance that would need to take place if we were to simply retrofit those filters. Again, we evaluated it last year with our analysis and touched on some things briefly. But once we pitted it against our criteria that we developed and gave it a score that we developed jointly and concurrently with Town of Minturn staff, it wasn't a recommended option. And so we haven't really considered it viable for the town's long-term goals going forward. So to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know all the exact nuances that would be in play of what worms would come out of that can that we need to address that would result in dollar signs for Minturn, right? And we don't want to be spending a whole lot of dollar signs on any kind of short-term solution for this.
Right.
That's
and
my opinion.
Again, I'm just clarifying more of a yes or no. It's a significant risk. Yes.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Got it.
Yeah, you know, it's when you're a small town with a water system and the governing board, the board of the water system is council, instead of like, you know, this is a utility we're managing. And you have, if you look at Eagle River Water and Sanitation and Upper Water Authority, they're just laying it out and saying, okay, this is the path we got to take. They don't consider politics. They don't consider anything. They just do it the right way. And I think that's been, you know, Minturn's problem for a while. We live with our neighbors and we want to keep costs down and we want to figure out what we need to do in a way that's not going to change the way that we live. And, but it's a utility. We have to do the right thing because the result is if we risk on that old technology, 5 years from now, we may be trucking water in here. It's a moral directive that we make the best decision for the town by making sure the water system is solid, up to date, adjustable, resilient, and so forth. So it's going to be costly, but at the same time, I've said this many times, we have a time gap problem because we need this thing yesterday. And but we also have income coming in with the little bit of growth we're doing that is helping. And we have other entities that we can approach. We're about to look at Battle Mountain now. We've shut them down on joining the water system intentionally because we didn't want to deal with it. But at the same time, they are interested, and so we will be hopefully sitting down with them in the next few weeks and seeing what they have in mind. So I think it's important, though, that the reason that we did this option is because we were tired of screwing around. We needed to get something, even if it doesn't allow us to grow without spending more money. It's going to get us the membrane plant now for the least amount of money we can get it for. If negotiations go well with other entities and we get extra income in, then we'll go with a design that deals with that, and they'll have to pay their share. So there's those kind of things that we have been working on for quite way too long. That's kind of why we have this design in front of us, and trying to figure out the best way to move forward at this time. Does anyone else have any more comments?
Yes. I kind of have one. I don't like the idea of not being able to pay off early because, we've talked about maybe we could sell the Highlands and then use that money to pay down the debt. Well, it doesn't sound like we're able to do that for 10 years. So that means we're going to be stuck with a $100 a month payment for debt service. I mean, if we're going to get penalized for paying it down.
We will not be setting the financial model until 2025. Yeah, next year.
That's next year. Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Yes. Well, at that time we can decide on the model of financing that we do.
My other question is, I know we've gotten 3 million and we keep getting told we're not a disadvantaged community, but when we met with Joe the Goose up at the water plant, he said, try to tap into the infrastructure money, and I don't think we've done that yet. I really think we should kick over every rock and stone that we can find every dollar possible out there to help offset this and not just go off the word that, we're not a disadvantaged community. There's no money available for us. I mean, honestly, we've done really well in the past with getting the 3 million that we have. I think we should just continue seeing how much more we can get to actually bring the cost down that is passed on to the ratepayers.
And we're hitting Joe 2 or 3 times a year to do it. He said, well, I do have other constituents. I got you 3 million.
But he mentioned about the infrastructure money too, just not the congressional spending. I know Joe's with the congressional spending, but we should really be going after the federal money that's available out there too.
Yeah, we've been investigating it. Michelle has been thorough with her firm in DC that's on top of everything. So
I'd feel better if we had 50% to cover it, I just don't feel good. I couldn't look at my neighbors knowing that we had to increase the rate to $100 after I'm hearing it the last 4.5 years being on council on how high their water rates are. And now with doing this, it's a lot. I mean, we keep bringing up, doing affordable housing or this and that. We're not doing our part with the water bill. I just feel that bringing that up at that high, we're running people out of town.
What's the alternative, Gusty?
What's that?
What's the alternative?
I don't know. I keep bringing up the slow sand filter, rehabbing it. It doesn't sound like anybody's on board with it. It's right in our packet. The experts said that it wasn't a good idea. You know, I'm far from an expert, but I'm really looking out for everybody's money. That's the thing that I worry about is running people out of town, running their rates up. I don't know. I guess that's why bonds council is to try to look out for the people. I mean, I realize I work for you guys, not the other way around, and I want to do the best I can for it. But yet again, I do want to do like Earl said, make sure that when you turn your faucet on, you have water too. So it's kind of a touchy situation.
And I think Brian's question earlier was more along the lines of the financial model, like if maybe not through the water, but for some other reason Minturn hits the lottery and now we have a bunch of money, the answer may not be paying down the note faster. The answer may be subsidizing ratepayers with this other set of money when we go to do the financials, right?
Like lower, like just cut the rate down. Like
Everybody's base rate
$8,000
is make something up and then you pay volumetrically and then the town subsidizes whatever that.
I just hope that would happen. I just don't want to see down the road, yep, that $100 is coming in, oh yeah, it's costing us this much, and
Well, I don't think anybody's sitting here going like, ooh, I want my bill to go up $112 and
no,
68
nobody wants
cents
to
a
see
month.
that.
Like,
I know, nobody wants to see that.
But we also want water to come out when we turn the faucet on.
No, I understand that.
So I think on some levels, like we're in a very bad spot.
It is.
And the solution may not necessarily be straightforward, like let's finance the water utility the best we can. It might be some combination of like finding revenue streams or money or something that the town could then use to offset this thing that is critical to the existence of our town and we can't avoid, and might be painful for a little while until we find something else that will help us.
Yeah, I think that once we get to give good direction to staff, they're gonna be hitting and running, and Michelle's already investigated a lot of things, and they've talked through just about a lot of options, and we've got Jim that's really good with this kind of thing, so we'll see how things pan out. Ron, do you want to go ahead and open it up, or?
I had one question, this is like a staff question. If everything goes as is going and we enter a settlement and we end up with some property and we go through a public process, maybe specific to 2 parcels, what's the time frame to us putting a real estate hang sign for sale up there and like turning that around? Like how can we do that? What's the process? Is that maybe I guess I'm not familiar with
Kind of what I was
what we
getting
would
at
have to
earlier in
do.
the executive session if we were able to sell it soon, so.
Well, I know we'd have to have public hearing and comment and everything, but what is that, an ordinance that we would have to pass in order to ask to sale that, or like what's the turnaround on that? What's that look like?
I think you're looking at 9 to 12 months. And the reason is the properties, we zoned it as a holding zone, which doesn't have any uses by right. So before anybody's going to buy it, we need to determine what appropriate usage would be. Recognizing that property will, at least in the interim, be a challenge to connect to the town's water treatment system. And that it's possible that the level of development that we could offer would need to be supplied by wells. And then you throw in a water court process, and we know from the town's experience of trying to process a water court case that doesn't happen quickly. So I would think I think 9 to 12 months would be kind of optimistic to put the package of entitlements together to where someone would say, I'd like to buy that.
Okay, and that, I just, the reason, the question, what I think is, I'm relatively new to this, 5 years in or whatever. It seems that one of the big reasons behind going through the settlement process was to kind of shore up some obligations that the town was going to use to pay for some improvements in water treatment. That was the whole idea, and that was the reason we were in a lawsuit in the first place, and now we're settling it with the hope of doing that. So to me, it feels a little premature to write the check before we know that we can get that income. So I know it's like I hate kicking the can down the road, but it's like this has been the process to get to this point, and it's like finally closure, and it feels weird to like do it 8 months early when it's been a 20-year process.
Right, but that's the problem, it's been a 20-year we could have had a water treatment plant in 2013 for $1.5 million if we just pulled the trigger.
I said 2020.
No, I know, but I'm saying like, I don't wanna be sitting here 5 years from now going, God dang, I just wish we'd done it in
It
2024.
does seem the timing issue here is very critical insofar as how much the expense actually is going to be. Because right now the estimate is it could be as much as $117 a month addition to everybody's water bill. And the forces that might reduce it include if this developer goes in with us, but his timeline might be very different, is likely to be different than ours. It also includes how long it might take for us to sell, if we so decide to do that, to sell some of the property we're getting in the Battle Mountain settlement, and we'd want to and to maximize or get reasonably high value for that property, which is going to be somewhat problematic in light of all the construction of Bolts Lake going on, anticipated in the next few years. And then the interest rate is going down. And already there's been by us waiting a year, there's been a considerable reduction in cost and the monthly cost, right, Jim? Because of you're using a lower interest rate now. And then if we were able to wait for another 12 months, that rate might be significantly lower still.
Or there might be a 200% tariff on steel and the whole building cost $3 million. You know, I'm just like, I feel like, you know, tranching financing I think could be interesting because you could at least start something to help solve the problem, and then you could give an opportunity to look at other funding mechanisms like follow on. I feel like there's real danger in prolonging this further. Like at some point we just have to recognize that we have a real critical problem that is going to be painful, at least in the near term, to solve. And then we have to be willing to solve it.
And I think we need to stay focused on the intent of tonight, to read it again, is to just give direction so staff can do exactly what we're doing in the session right now, is to talk about all the additional funding sources that are out there to offset. And it's not once we just pull the trigger, as you denoted earlier, we win a lottery hypothetically, we sell lots, we come into an agreement with Battle Mountain down the road. This is not the end of the day, nor is the amortization. So the fact of the matter is, you can violent agreement that you just need to pull the trigger. It doesn't mean that the round's down range and you can't stop it. It simply means we give direction so we can move on and provide all the different ways we can pay for what inevitably, due to obsolescence, we have to have. As you just denoted, we have kicked this can down the road for 20 years. So there are a lot of other people besides the ones sitting here that have responsibility towards this. We all have some responsibility to this, and we need to make a decision, period.
Well said. And this is the process. We got the numbers from a construction outfit that does this for a living. And that's always, engineers are engineers. They design the thing. They don't know the cost as well as an outfit like this. So we have fairly accurate cost on the cheapest water plant we could possibly build. And anything else that we do above and beyond that, it'll be extra money down the road. So what I would like to see is that we go ahead and move forward. Michelle's going to work the problem like she always does. She's going to talk to the people that know what they're doing. And then we're going to sit down with Battle Mountain. We're going to sit down with whoever, and we're going to move forward.
But if we do that, then I request one modification of this because it's not there. And as Jared alluded to, you have to look at those numbers, but if you're going to have that conversation, then a pre-treatment plan is a requirement.
Well, and that's going to be not our cost.
Understood. But again, it just all cards need to be on the table because we are now inserting an additional cost to the overall cost of this.
The other part that's gonna be on the table then is if you start bringing Eagle River water in and treating Eagle River water, you're gonna have more of a cost than you are treating Cross Creek water,
Agreed.
so that has to be factored
Agreed.
in too, so.
Yeah, but I'm saying, instead of death by 1,000 cuts, all that needs to be upfront and discussed. All these numbers, exactly what the end state looks like for all parties. Because otherwise, we're kidding ourselves. We're gonna be right back here in a year going through this same kabuki dance, and I don't wanna do that.
It's gonna be more expensive.
Can I ask a couple?
Okay, let's open up to the public. Robert?
I just have a couple of simple questions, just to be sure.
Name and
Robert
address.
Creasy.
Name and address, please.
Robert Creasy, 453 Pine Street, and my office is at 105 Williams. In Jim's rate analysis, he talks about an additional 426 taps. Jared, are those accommodated by this plant at the worst case scenario when we're having spring runoff and those higher organic issues and we're relying on the wells? Can we manage all of this additional tap?
I'll need help from Michelle. The 0.6 is derived from the Capital Improvements Plan 2019, I believe, that identified 728 SFEs. And I don't know if that included the 400 and change that you're referring to.
It did.
Perfect.
Yes.
So the answer is yes to your question.
During the spring runoff when we're relying on the wells?
Yes.
Okay, great, that's good. The other question to Gusty's question about like, well, what else can we do? I understand it before I was part of this community that there was discussion about having Eagle River Water provide water for Minturn. Is that still an option, and is there a cost associated with that, or?
No, they shut that option off about, last year sometime.
I can say that the community did not.
The community didn't want it.
I understand that, but once they understand what it costs, would they
Well, the
change their mind?
community didn't want it, but then later on, Eagle River Water, as I understand it, the Sand District told us that they would not be willing to serve us. They changed their mind. They thought it would be too expensive.
Also, to your point, Robert, even if we went down that road again and we opened that up, we would be on the hook for the plant initially to even be able to rejoin the district.
We'd have to provide the plant in order to join it.
Yeah, so it's not as though we throw our hands up, we give up all control of the water system, they come in and build. Nope, that comes out of Minturn's hide, then you're part of the water district, assuming you meet regulatory standards under ERWD.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any question on anything that's confusing that we can clarify while we have Jared and Jim and John here?
Michael Gattino, 110 Taylor Street. I just want, my clarifying question is, well, it's a comment and then a question. It appears to me you guys are asking all the right questions. A lot of questions. I got very educated tonight, so thank you. What I'm hearing is that there's an openness, there's an acknowledgement that you're a utility, you gotta make hard decisions. Yep, it's time. But you're also willing to look at, potentially redirecting other types of revenue down the road. Is there something that the citizens, we as, the residents of the town, I don't want to say a guarantee, but can be assured of that? Because to me, when I was listening to you, Kate, and Tom, and Brian, I actually liked your idea, but I also am a little like it's time to get this pony down the road. But I think there's maybe a balance there. And so am I hearing correctly that there is an openness to this council to redirect revenue as creatively as it can to cut off these costs?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Roy?
Roy Vasquez, and I live at 61 Toledo. Why can't we repair what we have now and then charge just a little bit more for the filter plant later on? Fix what we have now and get updated we got new developers coming in, have them pay a portion of that stuff.
That's what they're doing right now, actually, is Minturn North
Right.
is, we're gonna get quite a bit of funds from them for our water system. They prepaid the taps that they're in, so that was, hundreds of thousands. And then when they build their homes, when they do that, then we have the system improvement fees that kick in. So they have to pay so much per square foot of every structure they build. So we've got a fee structure going in now, so new construction pays heavily into the water system.
Yeah, but some of these houses are second homes. Is the rate difference from them when they're not here than it is when they're here?
There's a base rate and a volumetric rate.
Right.
So the base rate you pay regardless of
Yeah, but
using
half the time
any
they're not
water.
here.
And that's most of your water bill, and then the volumetric rate is based on consumption, so you might pay a handful of dollars
That's what I
more.
was wondering. Thank
But
you.
most of your rate is in base.
And we're hoping to be able to institute the senior discount that Michelle referred to earlier.
Because we're gonna have to do the filters now to keep up until they build a water plant. How long is that gonna be? That gonna take a year before they get the water plant going?
Well, that years
That's
would
gonna take
imply,
time.
Well, it's gonna take a year to get the finance model together, and then as soon as that's done, they start building it. Now, that might be a question for John or Jared as far as how long it takes to build.
I would, I'm gonna stall for a second and ask Blake. Blake's with Glacier Construction and the firm who put the estimate together. He'll have a much better idea about how long it might take to put this facility together.
I guess I can just speak to kind of, it's my understanding there's funding and also, the rest of the design, you guys are looking to use public funding and therefore, hard stipulated bid type model. And so it wouldn't even be able to start construction until like sometime summer, July and next year, 25. And so at least with the pricing that, in the model I looked at, we're not even planning to start until, this time next year and around a 14-month, total duration, at least to start up is kind of what we're looking at for something like this. So, yeah.
Thank you, Blake.
No problem.
But we still have to have the upkeep on the facility we have now.
We keep
For a
it
year.
running, we keep it running.
That's
until-
gonna take some money to do the sound filters and everything else. We just keep that going and put that to the side for right now.
We only have one filter going though, Roy, two's down. Two's been out of commission, and we can't get those back to commission because they don't meet EPA standards, so they have to be relined, they have to have a structure put over top of them. That's what we was talking about earlier, that expense is a bunch to do that. You just can't get it going again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Anyone else have any questions? Aaron?
My name's Darren Tolke at 530 Taylor. When do we start accruing fines from the state with our current? Do we have any like drop dead date that we're just gonna be completely SOL at a certain point as far as violations of what's in our water?
We're not, our water right now is really pretty good.
Okay, so it's uncertain. I'm sorry, but Jared had mentioned that he had sat down with the CDPHE and they were discussing new regs. Jared, did you get a feel for what the new regs are gonna be?
It was all very conceptual in nature, and a lot of it had to do with addressing the revised lead and copper rule and the improvements there too, and then PFAS implementation somewhat consistent with the EPA's promulgation of the maximum contaminant levels. As far as addressing the question is when will we have fines, I'm not aware of any pending fines or violations on the current system, but that's a great question for John Volk because he's on the front lines of compliance with the state.
Yeah, we are currently in compliance with the primary drinking water regulations. We're not looking at fines right now. It's more of when's the actual end of life of this plant is what we're looking at, and it's approaching, and we're trying to get ahead of it before that day comes and we don't have anything in place.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I mean, I think realistically, if there is more regulation in the future, it may be that our membrane plant doesn't meet the criteria either. And I think we need to be realistic about that. But I think that we're probably okay. It's just that, you know, we're using sort of old historic technology right now that only works because we have great water. And we've sort of reached the point in the junction where we have to, if we're going to keep using it, we would need to put in a significant amount of money to, as Gusty said, build a building and line the filters in order to have more than one filter in. At work.
We have one filter. If that goes down, then we're kind of.
We still have our wells.
Then-
Our wells are producing more than the plant's producing.
So we can actually string ourselves along until the plant is.
And our
complete.
wells
It's
don't
fine.
need any treatment. I mean, our wells produce really good water.
Well, the bottom line is what John said, is you're talking about this thing slowly dying. And so we'll just say sand filter 3 goes offline, we have a cartridge filter. Go out there and take a look at it. It is legitimately a filter 4 times the size of the one that goes in my jacuzzi, that's it. And that's what we're relying on, that's no joke, that is a fact.
That's the backup system right now.
John's one, based on the quality of the water, is changing that thing out 3, 4, 5 days, and that's that's it.
And to give you the correct and accurate information, the membrane plant is specifically designed to be easily modified for new regs. So if the particular filter system skids that we have there now and have the fit for now, and we end up getting regs that require more stringent stuff, we just replace the skid. And so that's and you can't do that with a sand filter plant.
Yeah, I mean, you put it perfectly, Earl. I mean, we're at a point where, you know, we're obligated to do it.
We really are. Well,
And we did look, what was it, last summer? At if we did all wells, like could the wells support Minturn's water needs, and then that drastically reduced what we needed to do in treatment, and we went through the whole testing process and determined that they were not able to do that.
And then we didn't have senior rights on those two that have been junior rights, and we've given up senior rights on the Cross Creek water if you did that, so. There was
And the other thing comes to my mind is if we have this windfall of property coming of, I've heard numbers of $48 million. And we sell a portion of that, maybe we can get, if, you know, with the pre-treatment and the facility that they were originally talking about, we're already up into the $20 million range. So
The amount.
is there a cash discount on this deal available? That's really the magical question that we need to ask.
Amount on that property is not
We can just, we'll pay straight cash, but we need a good deal. So, but, you know, this is a great opportunity to watch you guys work here and think this through, and, you know, we're in a hard place here.
Well, to your point earlier though, Darren, as everybody should remember, we're in the same boat. So looking at 117.89 and 142 a month, that's a non-starter. Unfortunately, it's a face shot we're all gonna have to take for a little bit possibly, but it's safe to say that nobody up here is gonna let that fly. We're just gonna have to keep fighting to figure out other ways to pull money. That's just a fact.
Yeah, going after funds and stuff, but, well, keep on going. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Tickets on truckers.
And if anybody can find money from nowhere, it's Michelle. She has an incredible gift for this. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just saying nobody makes financial miracles happen quite like that, ladies.
No stress.
If you need a reason for hope, I would look at Michelle Matier.
Was it? Does anyone else need any clarification on anything we've been talking about right now?
Excuse me, sir. We do have somebody in the audience with their hand up.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I thought there was somebody up
There is, but go ahead now. He'll call him. You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Okay.
Tell them to stay online.
Or you can go ahead and speak.
No, hold up.
Hold on.
Hi, it's me. It's not Hawkeye.
Hawkeye Flaherty, 160 Main Street. You know, I'm concerned about the information you're putting out there, that this plant is on its last legs. There's nothing wrong with the plant. If you do the maintenance and perform the upkeep, that plant will make water till hell freezes over. The only reason that it's on its last legs is because CDOT keeps changing the regulations. Or not CDOT, the Department of Health. Have you asked the Department of Health for an exemption? You know, they write these regulations to fit these big cities. These big cities, you go to Denver now, you're drinking somebody else's urine that's gone through a recycle plant that's just been approved. We don't have that problem up here. You know, why does the town of Minturn, that has the quality of water that we put into the faucet, have to oblige or live up to the regulations that the Department of Health is setting for Denver, Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, Pueblo? You know, their water isn't our water. We need to look at that. And I strongly disagree that this plant is on its last legs. You go in, you rehab that plant, it will work fine. You go into 2, you rehab that plant, put a roof over it, it'll work fine. You go into 1, set it up as a pre-filter for the other 2, and it'll work fine. I'd like to know what it'll cost to do that. I do not believe it will be $14 million. So, you know, the question I have is to talk to the Department of Health and say, we want an exemption. We don't want to live by your rules that you're making for Denver. We want you to come up here and set rules for us that applies to our water. Or else give us the money. These unfunded mandates are ridiculous. What are you doing to stand up to them and say, you know, you can't make us do this. We're not going to do this. We don't have the money. We got 1,500 residents to try and build a $34 million plant that you guys have cut back to 13 million. It's still too expensive. It's just too expensive. You need to keep working to get rid of this idea. There are other available options. The one I just mentioned, I don't believe will cost $14 million. And have you yet talked to CDOT about their regulations and about how they don't apply up here? You know, you got to start thinking outside the box. You're getting in a rut. You keep kicking this can down the road. Well, stop kicking the can, stop and think about how you're kicking the can. What can you do different? How do you kick the can down a different road? You know, there are the other options that you guys haven't thought of. It's time to put your thinking caps on. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Jay, who's, could you bring that person? Hi, can you hear us? We need your name and address, please.
Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Hi, it's Terry Armistead, 1632 South Main Street. And thanks for letting me talk. I just want to let you guys know, and probably all know this, that I support you moving forward with this water treatment plant and having staff explore any options for cost sharing, whether that be with Battle Mountain or any entities, really. We, you know, back when I was on council, I read a lot about this our whole system there, and listen to John Volk talk in depth about our slow sand filter way of treatment, which has worked for a long time. But whether you believe it's on its last legs or not, the one sure thing about a slow sand filter is there's no sure thing with a slow sand filter. And if we spend a lot of money to rehab that slow sand filter, we may end up with no slow sand filter, and then we're down to the wells. And my understanding with the wells is that we've got one that's needs some work. It's slightly compromised, and I just think we've always talked about redundancy in our system, and we're not going to get that right now with having one water source. But I've sat here countless hours, as you guys are doing, and listened to this panel of experts. These are the people that actually go through this, and that we hired to be our experts to let us know what we're looking at. And I really implore you all to listen to them. You hired them, and it's really important. This is terrible. Like, it's a terrible decision to have to make, but it's one that we have been kicking down the road for so long, and it keeps getting more and more expensive. So I really, I hope that you all have the courage to make these hard decisions. I know that's why you're there. And, this is really important for our future generations. You have to do this. The time was yesterday, and it's not an easy one, but I really appreciate Michelle and staff looking for other opportunities for cost sharing. I think that's going to be really important. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. Thanks so much, you guys.
Good to hear from you, Terry. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and call the question, and us get a hands out, show of hands for what direction we want to do. Do we want to go ahead and move forward, as mentioned in the packet, and have Michelle get to work on what she needs to get done with the membrane as the option that we're working on?
I'd be in favor of getting to work on trying to find some extra money. I'm not 100% sure on the membrane, because if we don't find the money and we have to pay the $14 million loan, then if we sell the property down the road in 5 years, we're gonna have a prepayment penalty, and I don't like that.
We have to vet it.
Yeah, and I don't like that. That's one part I don't like.
Then that's something that we're gonna, we're gonna work on it. We can't solve that problem now. So let's go ahead, and we've heard from the experts, and we're gonna be working it as best we can. But we can't go anywhere if we don't give direction from Michelle. We get to work on it. And so I'd like a show of hands for those who want to tell her to get to work.
Well, to be specific, I'd rather like a roll call vote on that, and also specifically what she needs to get to work on to clarify what we talked about earlier, which
What are
is
you working on?
specifically the cost offset and clarification from the study in regards to those additional items, which we already talked about, the pre-treatment, because obviously part of this cost offset is to discuss with somebody that's gonna require pre-treatment.
I think that regardless of that and whatever potential future funding mechanisms might exist, like there's no benefit to delaying this work any further.
I have one more question to ask, and then I think I'm in favor of moving ahead with this. So, and I'm a little confused on this point. In the spring, when the water's turbid, apparently Jared says that there's enough water being produced by our wells that we can turn off we can switch and get all our water from the wells. And that's enough even to add another 450 SFEs. And I thought our wells were more compromised than that. But if I'm wrong, that makes the difference. And I take it that the real reason why we have to have the current water moratorium is not the lack of well capacity, but the fact that basically we're down to one sand filter. Is that correct?
Well, throw in the caveat that the wells are compromised. We can talk about that later. The bottom line is, at some point, one of them's gonna have to be taken offline.
Well, the wells are producing enough water, according to Jared.
Understood, I'm saying, but in current state, that is not where they will remain, unfortunately.
So Lynn, let me clarify if I may.
Okay.
So the intent would be to use well water to dilute the membrane water, which would not be doing a very good job of removing TOC from Cross Creek at that time. So the low TOC water, again, TOC's total organic carbon, comes from stuff that washes off the shores into Cross Creek from rain events, dying leaves, animals, etc. More prolific in the spring and summer. When temperatures are higher and biological activity is a lot more high activity. The wells are not subject to that as much. So we would use the water from the wells at that time to really, really help dilute the effluent coming out of the membranes to bring that TOC to a more manageable level.
So to dilute it, but not instead of.
Correct. Yeah, the wells themselves are right now limited to 80 gallons per minute, which is equivalent essentially again to that 0.1 million gallon per day number. So both of them together would be 0.2, and we would dilute flows from the membrane plant with that water to help get the TOC in the total bulk water that gets disinfected to a more manageable level.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Michelle, could you ask if there's any more direction you need?
Yep, so currently, potential direction that I have pending council confirmation is to review any additional possible funding options that may be out there that we haven't uncovered so far. Seek cost share negotiation discussions to determine if that's a valid option, and if so, what that might look like. Acknowledge the need for the pre-treatment in any discussions that should occur, given the requirement to use the Eagle River supply, and include ongoing cost and maintenance issues that will inevitably be involved with what could be a pre-treatment on a membrane plant.
I'm in favor of that.
And then realistically, as Mike alluded to, since you're looking at those potential cost offs or funding lines, what that's gonna look like going down the road as we look at a schedule based on the properties and potential cost sharing. And I don't wanna waste people's time of building an amortization schedule that's gonna change 10 times, but just a general idea, realistically, what that looks like.
And what's the next step for actual water treatment plan?
Right, so with this direction, I would go and begin the execution of those action steps. There would be no additional steps moving forward with the current water treatment plant design until council were to determine if we were to move forward with a membrane plant that includes a pre-treatment option or not. As we would not want to continue moving forward with a particular design, and we might have to backtrack if council chooses to use an option that includes an Eagle River source.
Makes more sense than doing it that way, yeah.
So just to be clear, we're comfortable waiting another year or two?
It might not be that long though.
Yeah, but it might be. So are you comfortable waiting 2 more years before we do anything for our water plant.
I don't see it I see it happening sooner than that.
I'm sure we said that in 2008.
I really do.
Like-
now, I hope.
And I hope so too, but we have to be realistic that like, just because we hope so and we feel good right now, like it may not be a thing. So are you comfortable sitting here in 2026 without any movement on your water plant?
No.
And if the answer is
There'll be some
yes, then
movement.
like we have to do something.
There's gonna be some movement.
I think Michelle probably can, you can tell us that you come back fairly soon with the answers to those questions.
I can commit to coming back in 3 months with an update on any progress that has been made, and you then can determine the speed at which things are moving.
So
That's
on that,
realistic.
so on that note, as he just denoted, they're not looking at a build, even if in 3 months, I guess the question over to Jared and crew, in 3 months, you come back with that, we make a decision. And the public funding associated with that is July, August, September 25, still a viable start date for a build.
No. No. I'll tell you no right now, just having sat through these processes since 2018. Corpta that Jim Mann mentioned and is one of the most logical routes we would go has very specific filing dates. And if you miss the filing date, you have to wait another, what is it, Jim, every quarter, or is it every twice a year? So you have to catch them on their proper cycle in order to be able to do that. Additionally, in order to be able to do that, you have to have gone through your environmental analyses, which will be extensive in this case. We'll obviously have to commit to times of the year when we can and cannot build, because if we're going to take out a state loan, we have to agree with whatever Colorado Parks and Wildlife says for our building of the water treatment plant and the impacts to the elk herd on the hill. We all know we're not allowed to disturb the elk herd on the hill, so we won't be able to build between November and April of each year, which will slow down the build. So I think a 3-year timeline at a minimum is what we should be considering.
Regardless, I mean, even tonight, we sat here and said, make it happen, it's still a 3-year timeline.
Right.
So realistically, on a 3-month dwell, while we get these financial cards in order, it's not really gonna make a big impact on the timeline. I'm just pointing out to the fact, I'm not suggesting we'll just keep using this phrase, kick the can down the road. I'm just pointing out that 3 months to come back with that information is not really gonna make an impact if we made the decision now, realistically, on these other associated timelines for funding lines and build. And oh, by the way, based on that duration of time, where does that impact cost of this build? Or is it pretty much set that once we lock in the price, the sooner the better, as far as that's concerned? Or is that not the case?
So prices potentially can be locked in when a request for proposal is put out to construction companies and they bring back a proposal with a not to exceed number.
Design needs complete before you can do that.
What, I'm sorry?
You need the design completed before you can do that.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, you're likely gonna use, it's likely you would use something called the CMAR process. No?
No.
You won't?
So we have
Why would you
congressional,
not?
yes,
Financing won't allow it.
let me inform you about our federal government. So
You get to do things the old fashioned way.
yes, so we are all in complete agreement that a CMAR construction manager at risk process is the most efficient financially way to get this done. And I would look to Jim, but it's my understanding, and we have talked to the federal government specifically about this topic, and they would not allow for a CMAR process to take place and still let us use the congressionally directed spending dollars. So Jim has taken a look at this, or maybe it was Jared, one of the two, and said the amount of money that you would save through a CMAR process with such a small project comparatively to other projects in the area, would not equal the $3 million that we would get from the federal government in the congressionally directed spending monies. And so it's best to continue with the RFP process as we've outlined. But Jim, if you have additional to add to that, since I know you're doing something similar in Silt, I'm definitely open to hearing that. Your hand is raised.
Yeah, I would just say that the federal government frowns upon the CMAR process and they don't recognize it, and that would put in jeopardy your congressionally directed spending allocation. The one thing I would say is that if you could bifurcate the project and separate a portion of the project that you would do on a traditional, design, bid, build process, you could still use the CDS spending for that portion of the project and use a CMAR for the remaining portion of the project. It will make things a little bit more convoluted, but that is a way to still maintain the spirit of the law with the federal government dollars versus what you'd be able to get locally. When just listening tonight, if you go down the road where you're required to do a pretreatment facility, that would certainly create a situation where you could bifurcate the project and still.
And Jim, I'm very much in support of that approach where we break the project out and $3 million that we have from the congressionally directed spending goes towards something very specific and contained. And the rest of the project could be done through a separate loan option through the state, which is not necessarily opposed to CMAR. It's my understanding it's the federal government that's opposed to CMAR, in which case CMAR is a far more efficient process.
Correct. And you are correct that the town of Silt has used the CMAR process for their water treatment plant.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, so now you have direction?
Should we call the question?
I did call the question. Yeah, an hour ago. 30 minutes later. Okay, so
I guess
let's do a roll call.
I still like, we're not committing to anything. When is the commit? So this is just we're rolling the ball.
So Brian, I'm going to come back to you in 3 months and I'm going to tell you what I've accomplished from these directions of actions that you've given us, or this is what is being proposed, is I will come back to council in 3 months and say, here's what's been achieved. Here's the monies that are able to be brought to the table to help cover this. Are we a go, no go?
And what do we expect will have changed in 3 months?
I don't know. A lot of things.
Well, yeah, there's an agenda item.
Not that we don't expect it, but we hope that there will be a lot of.
Interest
rates, Battle Mountain.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just want to be clear, like, I'm doing my math, like, my water bill's gonna be approaching $8,000 a year.
So, can we vote now?
Okay.
Ryan?
Yeah, we'll vote.
Okay.
Thank you, I didn't have that clarification of what we were committing to, so.
I understand.
Now we get to vote. Oh, yay. Aye.
Aye.
I see no benefit in waiting 3 months.
Yes. Aye. So vote 6-1. Okay. Now, we move on to Battle Mountain.
Because we won't make a decision in 3 months either.
So we have resolution number 48, series 2024, a resolution approving the Battle North restrictive covenant and other documents. Mike, I think you're taking this one?
Oh, yeah. I think we also should have the town's environmental attorney, Holly Jessen, perhaps on Zoom. Jay, I don't know if you can bring her up on the screen. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, happy to be here to present on what we think is going to be the final item for this council to consider in terms of implementing a settlement agreement with Battle Mountain to end litigation that was filed a couple of years ago related to breaches of agreements that date back to the original annexation of Battle Mountain's property into the town. About a year ago, the town entered into a settlement agreement with Battle Mountain. That settlement agreement, the basic structure of which was that Battle agreed to give the town various parcels of land, and in exchange, well, I shouldn't say that. If through public processes, the town adopted various approvals related to a pared down development of the Battle Mountain property. That has happened over the course of primarily the last 7 or 8 months. The major benchmarks are that the town adopted amendments to its zoning code, zoning the Battle Mountain property for up to 250 residential units, potentially for some limited commercial development. The town approved a development agreement giving Battle Mountain vested rights for a period of 30 years in which to pursue development under the zoning. And the town approved a service plan for metropolitan districts that would allow the developer to finance portions of infrastructure associated with the development of Battle Mountain, together with providing certain operating mechanisms for that area. And so, for example, the several of the internal roads will not be town roads. Some of the internal open spaces will not be owned by the town. Rather, these will be owned by a metropolitan district, and they will be financed outside of the town's budget. So with those various approvals having been granted, we turned our attention to what's needed to implement the settlement agreement. That turned out to be a fairly large task. It's not just a series of deeds. As the council is aware, the properties that make up Battle Mountain, some of which the town is acquiring interest in, are contained within the Superfund site associated with the former Belden mine and its processing of metals over the years. In order to get good guidance on how to handle complex federal environmental regulations, the town retained the services of Polly Jessen. Polly has been instrumental in helping us navigate that complex web and to understand provisions that need to be in documents with Battle Mountain in order to preserve the town's non-liability from environmental issues that are up there and environmental regulations. So we have gone back and forth on a series of documents which are outlined in the staff memo that was provided to you. These documents break down roughly as follows. There are 3 deeds which will convey at closing property to the town. Those property conveyances include what's known as the Highlands area, that is land between the former Bolts Lake and the Forest Service boundary. The Reservoir South parcel, which is a parcel of land on the southeast edge of former Bolts Lake. And then 2 parcels of land located in between Highway 24 and the Eagle River. Additionally, the town will receive eventually a parcel of 2 acres of land next to the Minturn Fitness Center. We're calling that the Rec Center parcel. That parcel of land, however, does have some environmental remediation obligations that need to be completed, and so we have engineered a post-closing agreement whereby the town can exercise its right to acquire that property for $1 as soon as the environmental remediation is complete and the EPA has delisted the property and amended a restrictive covenant that exists on the property. There is an access easement to provide access to the Highlands parcel. And then there is a restrictive covenant which creates various limitations, binding limitations on how 4 parcels of land can be used in the future. Those parcels are the old tailings pile parcel, what's known as the processing parcel, which is kind of on the southwest edge of Bolts Lake, the C2P, the consolidated tailings pile, and land known as the Molloy Park Wetlands parcel, which is as you go up Molloy Park Road, that large wetlands area that's off to the right. That restrictive covenant creates various limitations on how the land can be used in the future. It primarily makes the use of these lands for industrial purposes not possible. It also creates a process whereby Battle Mountain will need to come to the town to obtain approval for a mitigation plan at the time that restoration of the old tailings pile property is set to occur. What is going to happen with the restoration of or remediation of the old tailings pile? Land will be taken, earth will be taken from Bolts Lake when ERWSD goes in to construct that reservoir, and that will then be taken out, processed, and spread across the old tailings pile property in accordance with the plan that EPA has reviewed, creating a sufficient depth on that parcel that it can then be used for other purposes, including residential purposes in the future. So the restrictive covenant, and then there are 2 option agreements and an easement. The town will receive an option to purchase or an option to obtain an easement across the old tailings pile and the processing parcel. Generally speaking, those options would be triggered upon completion of the remediation of the old tailings pile and completion of the processing of the earth on the processing parcel. The period foreseen for that option is 25 years. The town also under that document has the ability, as opposed to taking title, to obtain a recreational easement across the old tailings pile parcel. The rationale there is that at some point in the future, the town may determine that owning that property is not in its best interest from an environmental liability standpoint, but that the town still deserves to receive some public benefit, and that would be in the form of recreation across that parcel. I think the end goal is that that parcel be remediated and allowed to be purchased by the town so that through a future planning process it can be put to the best use of the members of the town. But that's a number of years away. ERWSD needs to construct the reservoir really before the town can make the decision to acquire that land, and that's probably at the earliest 12 to 15 years down the road, and it could be longer. The town also will receive both a present easement across the Molloy Park wetlands. That easement will allow for continued recreational use in the wintertime of that area for Nordic skiing. And the town will receive an option to purchase that property for $1 at such time that environmental remediation has been completed on that property and it has been delisted and the covenant amended appropriately. The final document relates to the consolidated tailings pile. And that document is a present easement that the town will receive whereby it can use that land for recreation purposes, as well as locate a potential solar field on that property in the future. The town also in that document will receive an option to obtain a lease for solar development purposes. It's really a bit of semantics. The town's getting an easement for that already, but in order to facilitate a power purchase agreement, often the solar provider requires having an easement or an option agreement for that purpose. So we wanted to leave open that possibility. The various documents some are in final form, some have a couple of changes that we need to talk to you about, and others still have a few changes that need to be worked through and that we have identified in handouts that we'll be submitting to the council this evening, which we would then ask you to make your approval subject not to the documents that are in your packet necessarily, but to the updated documents that we'll be passing out today. I guess I can walk through each of those documents individually, or Polly and I can, I guess. Before I do that, Polly, do you kind of at this 10,000 foot level have some additional information for the public and for the council? Oh, you're on mute, Polly.
I think the only remarks I would want to make is that this structure is really intended to give the town some options that will help it manage potential environmental liability, given the past uses and condition of the property within a Superfund site. And secondly, at the same time, provides some meaningful opportunities to use and gain value from these parcels. So while they may seem complex, and they are, the idea is to create some optionality for the town, as well as maintain certain liability protections. And those are all discussed in the memo in your packet, but I'm happy to answer questions about that also.
So if the council has questions kind of about the structure of the closing documents as a whole, we're happy to answer those. Otherwise, I'd like to start working through the individual documents that we're offering for your approval, offer a few recommended changes that we think need to be made, and work toward getting you comfortable with making a motion to approve these documents and getting us moving towards the closing.
Does anyone have any questions?
No. Good. Okay. All right. As I mentioned, there are 3 deeds by which the town will obtain a present conveyance of land, the Highlands, the Reservoir South parcel, 2 parcels along the river. Each of those parcels contain a limitation that the town cannot use those, or any owner of the property cannot use those to develop what's called a spa wellness facility. This is a defined term in the zoning that was adopted for the Battle Mountain property back in, I believe, February or March. And it relates to the fact that Battle Mountain is desirous of creating such a facility on their property, and they would like to know that that's something that they have the exclusive right to do. We had previously in drafts recommended that this restriction on use be limited to a 30-year period. In reviewing documents tonight, I saw that made it into one of the drafts, did not make it into the other three. So one of the conditions of approval that we're recommending for tonight is to direct that we re-add the 30-year limitation into the restriction on spa wellness facilities. I would note there are members of Battle Mountain's team who are participating by Zoom. They may have comments and be able to answer further questions when the time comes for their participation. Those are three of the deeds. There is a document we talked about the restrictive covenant. That document is largely complete and accepted or acceptable. Polly and I were talking earlier this evening that there may be one provision that we think does need change, and it's in section 2.1A. Again, these are all documents that are in the public packet if anyone wants to reference them. 2.1A discusses the types of uses that what are termed the restricted parcels can be put to. Again, that's the OTP, the processing parcel, the CTP, and Molloy Park wetlands. And 2.1A talks about how the parcels can only be used in consistent with the current zoning. Currently, the OTP and the processing parcel are zoned as open space. And if the town is going to acquire those parcels, the town may choose to look at other options for how that land is used, such as housing. And the town would need the ability to change the zoning and not have the restrictive covenant prevent it from doing so. So another modification to the documents that are in the packet that we're recommending being made is that section 2.1A be modified that once the town acquires ownership of parcels that are subject to the restricted covenant, that it can modify the zoning and not be limited to what the current zoning is. There is, I would note, in all of those, in the deeds for all of the parcels that Battle Mountain will be conveying to the town, a prohibition on industrial use, which would prevent nuisance or undesirable land uses from going on those properties. The next document that I would like to address, there is a document called the Highlands Access Easement. Again, provides access across the old tailings pile parcel to the Highlands. We have no recommended changes to that document. That document we believe is ready to go. The next document that I'd like to refer to is the post-closing agreement, post-settlement agreement for parcel number 11. That's the rec center parcel. I'm going to pass these across the table. If any member of the public was interested, we have a couple of extra copies here. This document, again, relates to the town's ability to acquire the rec center parcel next to the Minturn Fitness Center once environmental remediation is completed. We had a call with Battle Mountain earlier today where we discussed some modified language in Articles 2 and Article 5 about what Battle's obligations are to get the property remediated and delisted. And Battle, I think appropriately said, they can promise to get the remediation done, but the delisting of the property and the modification of the restrictive covenant or restrictive notice, as it's called, it really is a function of the EPA. And while they can promise to submit applications to get that done, and they can promise to diligently pursue those applications, they cannot promise ultimately that the EPA will grant those modifications either at all or within a specific time frame. So we worked on some compromise language that says that again, Battle's obligation is to remediate the site. Their obligation is to submit the applications and diligently pursue them. But ultimately, the federal government process will play out as it does, and we can't really hold Battle to being in default if the EPA doesn't act within a certain period of time. The period in which these events are anticipated to occur per the agreement is within 5 years. I believe Tim McGuire's on the line and he can probably talk more to this, but we believe that I believe he has indicated to us that he thinks this could be done as early as next year and this parcel could be transferred. This document, the post-settlement agreement, will be recorded in the public records to encumber the town's interest in this property so that it's not conveyed erroneously, not subject to the town's rights. Polly, other comments on the post-settlement agreement? You're on mute again.
No, I think you covered those well. Thank you.
All right. The next document that
Is there, just quickly, is there a risk that they will do everything that they're intending to do and submit everything and then it would not be delisted?
that is a great Polly question.
Thank you, Michelle. I think the answer is it's probably a small risk. EPA and as part of the materials that have come to council, EPA knows what uses the town expects and is attempting to make of these parcels. And the remedial plan that Battle is working on is being submitted under its administrative order, which is designed to make the property suitable for residential uses. So the expectation would be that the work would be more than sufficient to allow recreation center use. And EPA is aware of that objective. So I think that the main concern is just probably timing or, some sort of unexpected I won't say misunderstanding, but I think in dealing with public agencies generally, it's always possible. It's always possible that, in a change of staff, new questions are raised or process is more difficult than anticipated. There's nothing about the nature of the cleanup or the plans for cleanup that should make either the delisting or the change to the restrictive notice unlikely.
And I would, for Tim, who I think is again on Zoom, giving us an update about the status of the remediation plan for, I guess, all of the Battle property, but in the rec center parcel in particular, and your expected timing for that would be helpful when we get to that point. The next document I'm going to pass around is the option agreement for the old tailings pile and the processing parcel. This is a much more complex document because it does deal with environmental remediation of a fairly substantial nature that would happen in the future. And that is contingent upon actions being taken by a third party, that is ERWSD. So as mentioned, it really has two operative clauses. One is the town's ability to acquire a recreational easement over the property, and then the town's right to obtain a to purchase the property. This is a document that we have some continued back and forth on, that we're going to ask your direction in terms of how this approval happens. Polly, maybe you can provide a little bit of context about where the remaining discussion points are with Battle Mountain on this document.
I actually think this document is fairly well advanced, and we're just working on some technical details. So I think there are cross references and incorporation of terms that are mostly drafting issues, and we recommend that they move forward. But I think we're not in any substantial disagreement as between the legal teams on the terms.
And I do know that the questions that I have received from council related to what happens if after 25 years the ERWSD has not started construction on the dam or the reservoir, and therefore the OTP has not been remediated yet. The document as drafted does state that if remediation has started, that the option period automatically carries over to the completion of the remediation work, the delisting or the modified environmental restriction from the EPA, and then a period of 2 years after that. But there is a situation of what happens if ERWSD simply has not begun to construct the reservoir by that point in time, and do we need a mechanism for extending the town's option rights for an additional period of time? Something that certain members on council has brought up. So you'll, again, you now have our updated version of the OTP agreement in front of you, with at least one issue that might result in some additional changes to that, plus some technical changes we're working out with Battle Mountain. The next document is the option agreement for the Malloy Park wetlands. Again, this is another document that the parties have been working on final language for. The town would be obtaining a recreational easement in the property that would be a present grant, non-motorized winter recreation, the ability to groom Nordic trails and allow the public to use those. Again, once remediation and environmental groups or environmental regulators have granted their approvals, the town can acquire this property and maintain it in its mostly natural state. There was some language we wanted to talk about with the council that Battle had proposed related to a reservation of potential recreational improvements by Battle Mountain on this property. That, because really we see this as an open space parcel that doesn't have, other than in the wintertime, really any recreational uses occurring on it. We're not sure that there's a need for reserved recreational access rights by Battle Mountain, which on pages 6 and 7 could result in some language being taken out. And that was an item we wanted to talk through with the council. Polly, other comments on the Molloy Park Wetlands Agreement?
It has some of the same technical revisions that we have been working on in the OTP option for easement and option to purchase or option to acquire. But the substantive issue is really this reservation of recreational access for Battleland or the district if the property is conveyed to the district.
All right, the final document that I'm going to pass out here is the document related to the consolidated tailings pile. This document again has some technical environmental provisions because it does relate to use of land that is and will continue to be part of a Superfund site where it's a consolidated tailings pile. There is a water reclamation facility for the water that comes out of the mine up at Belden on this property. Again, document does two primary things. It grants the town an easement for recreation, non-motorized recreation, trails, Nordic skiing, probably the two things the town might consider to do up there. All of that. The Nordic skiing, we have a comfort letter from the EPA that Polly negotiated on the town's behalf that does allow for the Nordic skiing to continue on this property and on the Molloy Park wetlands, but future recreational trails or things that the town might think would be appropriate on this land would have to be run through EPA. Polly, I don't know if there's more to say than that, but
yeah, I think the objectives, the issues from the development perspective on this site for any party using it is that it is an area where tailings with high metals concentrations have been consolidated and capped to make sure that they don't. So it limits the ability of water to leach through them and contaminate groundwater or to run off and contaminate other sites or be accessible to the public. So the EPA's restrictions on the parcel and its comfort letter reflect restrictions that are intended to preserve the integrity of that cap and make sure that any other uses don't interfere with the groundwater treatment or the groundwater collection systems that are associated with that cap and the overall management of those impounded tailings so they don't have other environmental impacts. So EPA's requirements allow uses that don't affect the integrity of the cap or interfere with those uses, and allow other uses that may be, I'll call them intrusive because they involve some digging or disturbance of soil when they're done in accordance with a plan that the EPA has approved. That's kind of a shorthand, and I'd invite Tim to, if he has any gloss on that, but that's the basic premise.
so the other, as previously mentioned, the other thing allowed under this document is for the potential development of a solar field up there. There will need to be some coordination of how facilities are developed on the consolidated tailings pile. That There are provisions in this document that talk about that the owner of the property, currently Battle Mountain, probably at some point in the future going to be one of the metropolitan districts that will be formed, would have the ability to grant an approval. Polly has worked on creating some limited standards by which that approval would occur, that it not interfere with environmental functions on the property, and that it probably would be limited to site or visual impacts from surrounding lands. Those are things that I would say we're still in discussion with Battle Mountain about. We've had conversations with them, but we have not reached final verbiage. Subject to obviously letting Battle Mountain chime in on some of these things, allowing the public to ask some questions. Our recommendation is that the closing documents be approved by council tonight. There's a resolution in your packet to that effect. That we would substitute 4 documents for what were in the packet: the post-closing agreement for the recreation center, the easement agreement and option for the consolidated tailings pile, the option agreement and easement for the Molloy Park wetlands, and the option agreement for the old tailings pile and the processing parcel. Those would be substituted for what we've passed out tonight. There would additionally be, I think we're recommending that in the conveyance deeds, that the limitation on the use of the properties for spa wellness facilities be limited to 30 years, that the restrictive covenant be amended in section 2.1 to allow the town to change the zoning to allow for uses other than open space. And I think that's it.
I think that's right.
Lots of information. Try to do this pretty quick. We understand there's some complexity in all of this. We're happy to answer questions that the council may have now. Then we do want to provide Battle Mountain with an opportunity to answer questions and present any views that they may have. And I think given the kind of magnitude of what we're doing, and that we have some public with us tonight, allowing the public to ask questions is appropriate, yeah.
So first of all, I'd like to see if anybody has any questions for Polly or Mike. Okay. We can open this up to the public discussion. Does anybody have any questions or concerns or clarifications? Ken?
Ken Mintz, 167 Williams. Just a quick question. Does anyone have an estimated range of value for the properties that we're going to acquire? I know that's difficult to pin down, but any kind of a range.
Yes, actually, in the council packet, you will see included in the packet are appraisals of each parcel that is looking to be acquired with a total potential value of approximately 46 million.
That does that presupposes a lot of development on
Correct.
these parcels, which the town may choose not to do through public process. But if you're looking at what the potential value could be, it is very substantial.
We gave the directions of highest and best use to the appraiser.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's no more questions. I can't believe y'all are just not riddling staff questions on it.
Excited to still be awake.
So, okay, then, in that case, I think we can go ahead and get Tim available if you're there.
Thank you, Earl. I am here. I apologize. I couldn't be there in person. I really don't have anything specific to add to what Mike and Polly presented, but happy to answer any questions that the council may have. I do want to thank Mike and your team for all the hard work that's gone into these documents. It's been quite an effort, but I think we're there.
Tim, were you able to give an update regarding the work plan that you submitted to the EPA regarding the rec center parcel and anticipated timeline for that work to get started? I think you're waiting on the EPA, but if you can provide that update.
Yeah, we submitted that work plan, I'm gonna say May or June. It's been quite a while, and it's been going through EPA and CDPHE. Both of the agencies actually do review it because they have a cooperative agreement with this site. A couple of weeks ago, I asked Sydney, who's the project manager for EPA for this area and for this site, if I should still plan on talking to contractors to do the work potentially this fall, and she indicated yes. I did correspond with her today, and she indicated a portion of the quality control plan. It's a very involved document that is submitted and needs to be approved before any work can be done. Is still being reviewed internally by their team, and she was going to have some comments, but they aren't ready for us yet. So we should have them this week, and we should expect another week or two to get those comments back and EPA to approve it. So it's not approved yet. It's in their court. We're waiting for any comments. We haven't received any yet from the agencies. But our goal is still to do the work this fall if possible.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board for Tim?
I think the only question in there previously was situation where Bolts Lake doesn't proceed as planned. What forcing function or agreement between you and ERWSD in regards to remediation of the OTP, keeping in mind a 25-hour or 25-year block that's in the agreement, or is there anything?
Like, what happens if they don't start doing anything until you're 27? And then the town has lost the opportunity to purchase a remediated parcel?
I think there is a timeline, and I would have to talk to Muncie if he's online for the district to start work on that parcel. We don't have any control ultimately when the district starts the work or if they actually ever do the work, though. That's part of our agreement with them. So we cannot control the district on that.
And Muncie, I see you online as oh no, you're not promoted. So Jay was trying to promote you to become a panelist, but I see you do have your hand raised. So Jay, if you can allow Muncie to speak since he's not a panelist, that would be great.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, and apologies for perhaps being on the wrong link, but I would say to the last question, Tim is correct that under the reservoir agreement that the River Water and Sand District does not have any obligation to commence or complete the reservoir project at any point in time or ever. But if they do, then that OTP work plan kicks in and it'll get remediated. Now, the agreements that negotiated with Mike and Polly have now, the extension that was previously discussed if this work project starts but has not been completed, that extends both the option to acquire the property and the option for the lease. If we get to the 25 years and the reservoir hasn't kicked off yet. The town negotiated that the purchase option remains in place. And I should say, the right for the town to exercise the purchase option prior to the remediation being completed. So the town has the ability to sort of go no-go on acquiring the property at that point in time. So that's where that sits in the documents. The other thing that I would say about some of the discussion here, and Tim can correct me if I'm misstating, but the plan that's being reviewed presently by EPA and CDPHE, which covers the remediation for the 2-acre site that we've been talking about, and that is important from the town's point of view, the rec center parcel. But that plan covers not just that, but the development parcels in that vicinity down there in that Malloy Park area. So from our point of view, we have huge motivation to complete that remediation and get the agencies to do the follow-up issuances of the modifications that Polly mentioned, because that's what's required for us to proceed with development down in that area. So we have big driver to get that done. It's not just a plan that affects only the 2 acres. So unless I misstated something, Tim, the next thing I would say is that some of the changes that have been discussed tonight in these documents, we have discussed earlier this afternoon, but the actual documents that Mike has submitted with whatever revisions have been made, our legal team hasn't seen all of those revisions, and certainly the Battle North management hasn't had a chance to review them. I don't think that any of it is more than sort of around the edges on things. So I don't think there's anything here that won't get sorted the next day or two. But it will take a little time just to verify these last set of changes and have the Battle North management understand what they are. And so we kind of have to reserve that ability to review these final changes, and perhaps there'll need to be some additional sort of language polishing and sort of, as Polly said, maybe some internal reference issues and just kind of technical cleanups like that.
So in follow up on Muncie's comments, assuming that this council approves these documents tonight with some additional direction, we're looking at hopefully closing this transaction next week. And as Muncie indicated, there probably is a little bit more back and forth between the lawyers to tighten the documents up to their final form. And the resolution that I presented to you gives the town attorney, and by extension our special environmental counsel, the ability to make non-substantive changes. So, and in my mind, that's if we're not changing kind of the big terms of the deal, but we need to implement an insurance issue or change the environmental language to make sure it conforms with Polly's determination of what's going to protect the town, that we have the ability to kind of finish implementing those changes and working with Battle to get to final resolution on the documents. But the big picture of what the town's getting and the rights that it's assuming and the limitations that would be on the land, those wouldn't change.
Anything else from the board? Anything else from the public? That'll look like okay, so, with that, we have resolution number 48, series 2024, a resolution approving the Battle North restrictive covenant and other documents. At this point, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number resolution number 48, series 2024, with the additional conditions that Mike had mentioned.
Should I list those off?
As
For
stated.
Jay's help, that might help. Okay, so the substitution with documents passed out during the council meeting for what was in the packet for the post-settlement agreement for parcel 11, the easement and option agreement for the consolidated tailings pile, the easement and option agreement for the wetlands, and the option agreement for the old tailings pile, together with amendments to the deeds that the restriction on using property for a spa wellness facility be limited to a period of 30 years. And an amendment to the restrictive covenant section 2.1A that after the town acquires title to the old tailings pile and the processing parcel, that the town can amend the zoning so long as it is consistent with the other restrictions in that covenant.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Eric, second by Gusty. Let's do a roll call on this one, Dave.
Brian, aye.
Lynn,
Tom, aye.
Gusty, aye. Eric, aye.
And Earl, aye. Okay. B. Next, we have resolution number 51, series.
Thank you, Polly. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Muncie.
Thank you. Resolution 51, series 2024, a resolution approving a variance request for relief from a rear setback at 161 Main Street and 161 Nelson Street. This is your Madison?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So being cognizant of time, I will try and keep this brief. The applicants, Spence and Stephanie Neubauer, request review of a request for relief from the 30-foot rear setback at 161 Main Street and 161 Nelson Avenue in the Old Town 100 Block A zone district. The 100 block design guidelines within Appendix B of Chapter 16 were adopted in 2023. At that time, the purpose and intent of requiring the rear setbacks along Eagle and William Street was to ensure the provision of parking for residential uses in mixed-use buildings, and in the case of William Street, to create the physical conditions necessary to promote a WUNRF concept, which allows for vehicular and pedestrian use within the same travel corridor. Since adoption, the guidelines, specifically the rear yard setback requirement, have not been implemented as there have been no new building or major redevelopment proposals. Additionally, staff suggests that upon adoption, the rear yard setback requirement did not contemplate one, the proposed use is 100% commercial. Parking requirements for commercial uses were eliminated at the time the guidelines were adopted to incentivize commercial sales tax generating uses. 2, there may be a valid need for an expanded first floor area due to federal regulations. And 3, an inability to utilize the full capacity for building height and massing due to those federal regulations. In an effort to work within the spirit and intent of the guidelines and to otherwise reduce the amount of relief from the rear setback requested to achieve the project design goal, the applicant is proposing reducing the rear setback from 30 feet to 10 feet for the first floor of the building and from 30 feet to 20 feet for the second floor of the building. The first floor on the rear would be capped at a 14-foot eave height and the second floor would be capped at a 20-foot eave height. According to section 1621 690 subsection D, findings required, the board must make the following findings: that 1, there are exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the site of the variance that do not generally apply to other properties in the same zone. 2, the exceptional or extraordinary circumstances of the site create a situation in which the strict literal interpretation and enforcement of the specified regulation would result in practical difficulty or unnecessary physical hardship inconsistent with the objectives of this chapter. 3, that the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity, and will not result in substantial impairment to the purposes of this chapter. And 4, there is no substantial impairment to the public that would result from the granting of this variance. The applicant has reduced the total amount of relief requested as evidenced by the building design, which steps up in mass and form from first floor to second floor, remaining cognizant of the impacts on the pedestrian experience and in keeping with the overall intent of the design guidelines. Staff does not believe that this will have a negative impact on light or air, and in fact is respectful of the shading effects on walkways around the building based on massing presented. The proposed design does not contemplate perpendicular parking along William Street except for a loading dock area, and so there should be minimal conflict with the parking across the street at the Molly G building. Staff suggests that the intention of the 30-foot rear setback is to ensure enough area within the lot to provide adequate parking area for any second story and above residential uses. As stated within the applicant's letter of intent, since federal rules do not allow residential use above a distillery, we cannot utilize the code allowed height for other uses. With no residential uses allowed within the proposed building per federal regulations, the prioritization of economic viability and welfare within the downtown corridor by the Minturn Municipal Code, Old Town Character Area Purpose and Intent, the 2023 Imagine Minturn Community Plan, and the Town of Minturn Town Council 2023 to 2025 Strategic Plan, and the proposed design of the building, which otherwise complies with the design guidelines and goals for activation on William Street, there may be a case for physical hardship and or practical difficulty to allow for the requested relief from the rear setback. At the Planning Commission meeting last week, the Planning Commission reviewed this application and heard both staff and the applicant give their presentation as well as members of the public speak. We did receive 6 letters of public comment. Four of those letters were for the approval of the variance and 2 were against. And then a few people showed up to the hearing to speak about it. One of those people who did speak was against the variance being granted, stating that they did not believe that the 100 block was the appropriate place for this use due to concerns about odor, pollution, and vehicle maneuverability. They also believe this to be a self-imposed hardship and that the street level should be dedicated to retail only, not a distillery space. 3 others who spoke at that meeting were in favor and were appreciative of the proposed building helping to maintain views of the water tank in the valley. One person stated that the intent of the 100 block design guidelines was to create thoughtful growth and character, and this proposed building addressed that. Another person stated that this building and the use proposed fit the character of Minturn, and a third person is in support, expressed concerns about the snow pile that normally sits on this lot, but was still supportive of the variance. After listening to public comment, staff's presentation, the applicant's presentation, the Planning Commission deliberated and overall forwarded a unanimous recommendation to approve this variance with the conditions that the applicant shall apply for and successfully complete a formal DRB application, a conditional use permit application, and an administrative subdivision process to eliminate the common lot line between 161 Main and 161 Nelson in order to combine the lots into one lot prior to the expiration of the variance, which would be 1 year after the granting.
Thank you, Madison. Okay. Anything from the board for questions for Madison? Brian?
I have a question. So how many gallons of whiskey do you plan on storing there?
Spence Newbauer, 161 Main and 444 Eagle River Street. We plan on making about a barrel a day. So that's 53 gallons times 300. So it comes out to whatever that would be.
About 15,000 gallons.
About 15,000, and it'd probably be less than that with this constraints we have, and then they would have to be stored off-site. With a light industrial application or light manufacturing application, the entire building will be sprinkled just by default, building code and NFPA.
Point of order, although this is for a variance. We would want to address these kind of concerns when they're coming to here for approval. This tonight, we're just dealing with the variance of, that they're asking for.
I understand that, but I think it's kind of all connected and something that before you go more in the process, I would like some reassurance about. So I understand that with 20,000 gallon storage, the whiskey fungus, what is it, Bodania, I can't pronounce it, can spread, coat the neighboring buildings up to 200 to 300 feet on the outside and trees. And I'm wondering if you had thought about any system, filter system or anything like that that would prevent that.
We have taken that into consideration. The only thing about that is that the main one is Jack Daniels in Tennessee with the whiskey fungus. The town is suing Jack Daniels. They are storing 50,000 barrels in multiple barns. So one barn holds 50,000. They have this air goes in and out. The amount of ethanol that it takes to create that fungus is astronomical and will not fit within our downtown block. On top of that, it also needs humidity. We don't have it. There's 50 distilleries in Denver storing thousands and tens of thousands of gallons of whiskey, and it's not a problem in Colorado. But we're open to putting filters on an enveloped building to prevent that as well.
It's not a problem because of the dryness.
The dryness. It needs heat all year long. It needs ethanol quantity, and it needs humidity. And we don't have all of those.
So my only question over to Madison, just to verify, so there is a variance requirement for the merging of the two lots, but further down as far as the setback piece, it claims a variance application is not required for any proposed encroachments. So the only thing we're deciding tonight is an approval of the variance requirement for the two lots. Right.
So the rear setback, to allow the building to encroach into the rear setback 20 feet for the first floor and then 10 feet for the second floor.
But the 15-foot clear vision area.
That does not apply, no.
Got it.
Yeah, the way that Robert has designed the building has been respectful of the clear vision requirements, and that is not an issue with the way the building's placed.
Is there any thought about what reducing the setback that much would do to William Street behind it?
Robert can speak a little bit more to that.
So the initial setback requirement did consider that William Street being a 15-foot right-of-way should expand to a 23-foot right-of-way. And we are accommodating that expansion of the right-of-way on William Street as a corner of street that could have two-way traffic because access to Molly G parking requires traffic in two directions. The rest of William Street is only 15 feet right-of-way because it's a one-way street. So we are actually accommodating that. And additionally, a planter along the back of the building to create a more pedestrian-friendly environment. But most importantly is that if someone else were to develop that lot, they could have a 4-foot high terrace, say a dining terrace, to within 5 feet of the property line, which would leave only 5 feet to expand William Street. So under the existing code, someone could encroach further on William Street than what we're proposing.
So you're comfortable that cars coming out of Molly G's would have space to?
Yeah, so we're actually providing what the town is requesting as to make a 23-foot right-of-way instead of just the existing 15-foot right-of-way that is William Street.
You're deeding the land to the town?
We're not actually, town hasn't talked about requiring a deed, but we are gonna landscape it as with pavers so that it could be used for the market, it could be used for the right-of-way.
You can change it if it's not deeded. I mean, it has to be deeded.
And that's something that if the town
Once
wants,
get a public comment.
once you get into a taking, then that's something which could be discussed and there'd be a release of liability for that space as well.
And just for conceptual understanding of scale, generally speaking, footprint rise is about the same in regards to the property line as the backside of Holy Toledo.
Yeah, very similar.
Okay.
And in fact, can you pull up the site plan page? I think it's, oh, I don't know what it is in the,
It's on page 549, I believe, is the west elevation.
well, so just start with this. So this is the existing right-of-way of William Street, and this is the parking of Molly G, and the entrance into the garage is down here. So we're suggesting that, and this is comes down to a suggestion of what the town could do is to pave this whole street right-of-way as an open plaza that, you know, cars could travel over, but then when it's a market space, it could have this, you know, pavers throughout and could be patio space for the market. This is the loading dock for the distillery, which only would occur occasionally. And then, so this is the 10-foot setback for the 1-story part, and then the 20-foot setback for the 2-story part. If you could pull up the, there's a massing elevation showing the rear of the building, including the,
This one?
well, we can start there. So the current code allows for a maximum roof height of a pitched roof of over 44 feet. A flat roof could be 35 feet. You're allowed open balconies above the first floor that can encroach 10 feet already. So this is the profile of what could be built there. And so we're stepping it to try and allow for more light and air to be accessed at the street level rather than having that high volume. Maybe go to the next, scroll up just a bit. And then along Nelson Street, you could have a very tall building right along Nelson Street, which again, this is, that's north and this is south, so it would be shading Nelson Street considerably more than what we're proposing. And then if you go to the, just keep scrolling up, I think we have, so this is just showing the, for a sense of scale, the mattress building adjacent to it on Main Street, and then scrolling up, that's the view from Nelson and Main. And this is showing what code allows for massing of the building from the Nelson Main corner, and then what's more important is, so it's the rear of the building where we're asking for that relief in the setback, and a little bit further. So you can see that if there is this allowance for a terrace to come out to within 5 feet of the property line, and this is probably not showing quite as far as it could actually be. And then this is the kind of facade you could have if the building were developed to the extent that code currently allows. So we're just trying to show that while we're increasing this little bit of extension into the setback, it's trying to be really sensitive to light and access and the pedestrian experience of Nelson and William Street. And we think it actually is more successful than what code could allow if someone else were to
But
develop
with
this.
a terrace, you can still drive under it. You can
No, a
turn.
terrace would be at ground level, just up to 4 feet high. A balcony or the open balconies or decks are represented by this portion up above. So, you know, in that, we really feel like this setback was designed for residential parking. And being a commercial building, there's no requirement for parking on the lot. And because of the federal requirements that we can't have any additional use above the distillery, we're trying to achieve a successful, a building that would be successful for the business, but actually provide a better result for town than if it were developed by someone with, to the highest use that it could be. Any further questions, or am I?
slightly more mass than what's there now.
Pardon me?
Slightly more mass than the structure currently there.
So the patrons' parking will all be street parking
As with every commercial business in town,
in 100.
in the 100 block, yeah.
Or the UP.
Well, actually, if you look at page 550, it's got the image of Grammy's attic right there.
Yeah.
And that's about the same mass, it just has to go farther back.
I think she's referencing the weed ram that's currently on the lot.
Yeah,
Is that bigger than the weed ram? Yeah.
Larger than
Yeah.
the room.
It's slightly larger than that.
You're talking about the brown shed that
Which
has.
is cute as hell.
I thought you were talking about, okay. Never mind.
Current
Just
land
late.
use, contemplated land use. Somewhat different.
Okay, is there any other further comments or anything? Any further comments from the public? Go ahead, Ken.
I have one person in line with their hand up.
I'm sorry? One person. Okay, yeah, tell them to hang on. Go ahead.
Ken Mintz, 167 Williams. Last week at the P and Z meeting, I spoke out against granting this variance. This week, I'm kind of on the fence. I see positives and I see negatives. And to help me get to a conclusion, but to raise some salient points for council, I thought I would review what seems to be positives and negatives here. To start with, though, the reasons for the request for variances. Okay, you heard Robert say they're not using all the allowable bulk, so give me some space in the back to instead. The current setbacks are only for 3 lots in the entire town. They're no longer required to provide parking, so let me use that space for the building. There are federal regulations which require a larger first floor. I scoured the federal regulations, I couldn't find it, but I don't know, they may possibly exist. I did find the regulations that you couldn't build on top for residential. And then last but not least, their project would not be financially viable without the variance. Which sounds like, to me, any developer that said, I need more condos, I need more apartments to make more money. As far as some of the comments from planning, I don't see, well, first of all, the reasons that they submitted for the variance, according to my understanding of court cases, none of those are legally supportable as reasons to grant a variance. Any claims of hardship are self-created. They purchased the property with a reliance on securing a variance. So they created any hardship that they may claim. So I don't really see hardship there. So before I quickly go on to the criteria for approval, personally, I would like to see some options. I would like to see a plan that does not include a variance request in the rear. Or I'd like to see a plan where instead of the building running narrow and deep from Main Street, that it get turned around and it's wider and more shallow. Because I think any potential variance needs along Main Street would be much less of a problem than the ones created in the rear of the property. So approval criteria for granting a variance. Relationship to other existing uses. So I have a laundry list here of.
Okay, you've only got 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay. Minturn Market, delivery trucks exiting Williams, Nelson Avenue U-turns, emergency detours from Main Street, loss of parking for all area businesses, distillery delivery trucks unable to properly unload at the loading dock.
Ken, your 3 minutes is up. Okay, so, I mean, we saw the same stuff.
So you're not gonna let me finish?
Public speak, we've been limiting 3 minutes for everybody tonight.
Well, that was for a different topic. I'm the only one talking on this topic. I should have at least 5 minutes.
I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Okay, so with all of those items, I think it fails to meet the approval criteria. It's not compatible to the adjacent buildings, the mattress shop and the 2 gift shops, as it would extend well beyond those. And then creating physical conditions necessary to promote a Woon Earth concept, allowing for vehicle and pedestrian use and providing adequate maneuverability along these corridors. So I've already mentioned there is not going to be adequate maneuverability. The businesses, Magusto's, the country club, they're not going to be able to get delivery trucks out of William Street anymore. Currently, they're always driving on private property to get out. I don't know how that's going to be handled.
That's, your time is up, Ken.
Okay, so in summary, I think the council has to weigh the obvious advantage of getting a building up on that site that hasn't had one for years and getting some sales tax revenue versus meeting approval criteria in the code.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
May I respond to some of the concerns?
Go ahead, yeah.
So could you pop up the site plan real quick? So findings required exceptional, extraordinary circumstances. So the thing is, this setback, it was devised for residential parking, and with no residential parking, it's, so if you zoom out a little bit, please. So one of his concerns was the turning radius of trucks coming through. By trying to keep this corner open, we're allowing some room for maneuverability with trucks as much as we can. If another person were to develop this with the terrace, so adding width, we're already at the full side setback, so we can't turn the building. That's an absurd proposal. But if someone were to build the terrace within 5 feet of the property line, it would come all the way to this point, which would be actually more constraining on the circulation of Williams and Nelson Street. Exceptional, ordinary. So this is only one of 3 lots in town that have this 30-foot setback. So it is sort of an extraordinary encumbrance just on this one lot, or these 3 lots that's not throughout town. And that the granting of variance needs to be not detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. And my suggestion is that this is actually better than if it were left to the existing code and for someone to come in. And we did actually go through a lot of iterations where we looked at what if we were to develop it to the fullest extent and not store any barrels, not just do a tasting room in the front. And it became a very massive building, much like what was ghosted in there. And we just felt like that's just not appropriate for Minturn. We were trying to do something which would be more sensitive and still be successful for a business that could work in town. I think too, the staff did make the careful observation that what this building is doing is actually serving the current design guidelines better than what could be put on the lot. And that was in their findings. And I'd like to remind the council that the planning commission did have unanimous support for us, so thank you very much.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, Tom?
Tom Sullivan, 116 Nelson Avenue. I think that granting this variance would devalue my property. And I think that by moving the building closer to my property and also making the intersection more dangerous than it currently is. You know, I think William Street, you know, is the only street there that's 15 feet wide and that's two-way traffic. I don't think we should be impinging on that. And the other big thing is that I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse here, because you got to figure out the traffic flow before you can approve any building on this property. Because how do people traveling west on Nelson get out? Is the recommendation to make a 3-point turn in a 4-way intersection? Is there an answer? I mean, that's really important. And I would think that if you grant this variance and somebody's injured in that intersection, the town's liable. But I think that I've never known that a variance to come before you do a design review or they've applied for their building. It just seems like we're putting the cart in front of the horse, and you guys can't fully grasp what the whole picture, because you haven't seen the whole picture, you know, and it's a mistake. You know, I've worked my whole life. My house is my biggest asset. I don't understand why somebody should be able to devalue it. And I ask you to deny the variance. And I think it's clear that you're not supposed to make it more dangerous and devalue property. And I'm telling you, this building does make it more dangerous, and it does devalue my property.
Thank you, Tom. Is there anyone else? Do we have somebody online, Jay?
Yes, we do. Hold on just one moment. Krista, you are able to speak if you can.
Thank you, Krista Driscoll, 115 Nelson Avenue. I would encourage the council to think about the intent of the code when it was written. Sitting through all those 100 block meetings, there were many developers came forward and said that the only way that they could make a commercial space viable that would bring in sales tax and much needed revenue for our town was to put residential above it. These business owners are coming here saying that they cannot do that because of federal regulations, but they're still going to have a successful business, as proven by the fact that they already have a successful business and they're just moving it to a new space. There's been a lot of talk about parking and traffic patterns and things like that, but I don't even know what you could propose for this lot that would be economically viable that would handle all of those considerations. It's up to the town to figure out truck traffic to be able to provide to these businesses. It was briefly mentioned earlier in the evening when they were talking about bump outs that you could do loading zones in the yellow curbed areas. And if I remember correctly, that was the original intent of those yellow curbed areas on Main Street anyway. I think realizing that rear setback was intended for residential space, for parking for residential space. And I remember speaking against allowing commercial properties to have zero parking within their footprint. But since that was approved in the code and there's no residential space here that's calling for parking, then it only makes sense to me that could be reduced, because no other commercial property that gets redeveloped in that 100 block area will be required to provide any parking at all, which, by the way, Stephens Fence will have 2 parallel parking spots on the side of their building. So I think that, you know, they've proven what they need to prove here. And we're in support of what they're doing based on the overall volume of what they're proposing, and that it's the right thing to retain the character of our old town downtown.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Scott, you've been here listening. Did you want to have anything to say right now? Anything to address?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't, unless anyone has questions for me about the code, the way staff has interpreted the code. Happy to answer any questions, but thank you.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone else? Okay,
No, sir, that is it.
okay, good. Okay.
I will make a motion to approve resolution number 51, series 2024, resolution approving land use application variance 2024-01 for 161 Main Street and 161 Nelson Avenue.
Can I just ask one question here? So would our approval of the setback be conditioned on this particular building? Or are we agreeing to a change in the setback for this property for all time, irregardless of what is put on?
This is a variance, so this is just for this property.
For this design?
I'm happy to weigh in on that one in particular.
Okay.
That's a great question, Councilman Feiger. The Planning Commission also spent time asking the same question. We certainly got some questions from one of our Planning Commission members about that. Variances, once granted, will run with the land. They're valid for 1 year, but the reason why the code, doesn't require a DRB application with the variance, but it does require a certain number of, or a certain amount of plans, details, so you understand what you're granting the variance for. And in this case, the applicant has provided a fairly high level of plans, site plans, architectural site plans, building floor plans, elevation drawings, modeling, almost the same amount of detail that we would expect in a full DRB application, right? So, and the request is specific to this building design. So, the way we explain this to the Planning Commission, the way I interpret this, you are granting a variance for this general building design. If they came in with something completely different that didn't necessarily respect the stepping back of the rear building elevation that the applicant is voluntarily doing, I would say then that, makes that variance null and void. Mike, feel free to jump in, but that's how we've interpreted it. And I think that's the intent of how the applicant has proposed their design relative to the variance request.
So the variance is just for this particular design?
The design would have to come in that matches this pretty closely, and particularly the stepping back of the building relative to the 10-foot setback request or variance and the 20 feet as it relates to the first floor and the second floor design.
Can we include the conditions that was recommended by P&Z?
They should be in the resolution.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Did we get a second?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so motion by Eric, second by Kate. Roll call, please.
Brian, aye.
Trustee, aye.
Eric, aye.
And Earl, aye. Okay. Next on the agenda,
Mr. Mayor, may I please call a point of order?
please.
So in accordance with Resolution 41, Series 2008, in order to bring up any new items after 10:30 p.m. Is required a 2/3 vote of the council.
What is left on the agenda here? Let's see.
Got a couple.
That will be no problem to push through and see to completion, pending a 2/3 vote.
Okay, y'all promise not to ask any questions? No, okay. Okay, whole council, y'all wanna push through?
Sure.
No.
I mean, that's common sense to me. Tom?
I give you 45 minutes.
Oh, Christ.
I wasn't even here for the Christmas light discussion, so you guys just ramp it back.
We're bringing it back out here, so.
Okay, let's, I assume we have enough people to move on. So let's get it done as expeditiously as we can.
Move quickly.
I vote no.
If we could get the historic preservation first reading, that
I
would be.
think we become less effective.
Thing did with the mix up.
Okay, let's just go down. Brian, are you a yes? So move forward, you get us done tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Lynn's a no.
That's really good.
Yes. Kate's a no.
Yes.
A lot of cloud on that council.
I'll have to say yes, but we gotta be very expeditious. Okay?
Hey, Jay, some of these mics.
We need C out of the way.
We needed 5. Did we get 5?
We had 4.
I tell you what, let's get item C done and we'll hold off from there. I don't wanna do the lighting code.
It's a second reading.
Lighting code was just second reading on that one. That one should go
Oh, the
pretty
same,
quick.
oh, well, never mind. I was just
Did you
flashing
forget the
how it
first
took us 45 minutes to.
We're just wasting time.
We need 5 votes to
Let's roll with it. Get it done.
Every second is ticking by.
Right.
Let's do it.
Let's just
It's
do it.
almost 11.
Jesus.
Let's
Okay,
move on.
so we're,
So fast.
we'll do it. Ordinance number 20.
Something we wanna go fast.
2024, a resolution approving variance request for relief from rear, oh shit, 20.
Yep, this
Yeah,
one.
maybe we should quit.
This one's ordinance number 20.
Series 2024, first reading, an ordinance amending chapter 16 zoning and chapter 19 historic preservation. Who's gonna do this?
That's me. Okay, whole presentation. Yay.
Quickly now.
I'm trying.
Like, is this something we really wanna do quickly? Okay,
Honestly, we've already discussed this quite a bit, so I don't see where
alright.
it should be a big deal.
Okay,
Yep, start talking.
okay.
Right, so you-
Okay, so everybody knows the background. This is direction from the July 17th work session where we discussed 9 options and staff was given direction to take 7 options and turn those into an ordinance. So option 1, to eliminate the requirement for 2 sets of design review guidelines. The ordinance addresses this in section 19.530 subsection B by only requiring compliance with Appendix B Minturn design standards and guidelines with the caveat that it remain in keeping with the general historic character of the structure. Option 2, eliminating potentially redundant approval requirements. The ordinance addresses this by changing the definition of alteration in Chapter 19 to create a higher threshold for deciding what constitutes a certificate of appropriateness while still giving HPC and council the ability to prioritize certain facades. So how we've done this is if you affect more than 50% of the exterior of the handy graphic. If you affect more than 50% of the exterior architectural features of a structure, or if you affect a primary facade as chosen by HPC and council, then you have to apply for a certificate of appropriateness. If you don't do either of those things, you don't have to go through that process. Option 3, to allow for historically designated structures in the downtown corridor to have the immediate ability to function as short-term rentals on all floors. Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation that this option be struck from the ordinance with the reasoning that allowing residential uses on the ground floor within the 100 block was against the community plan as it specifically prioritizes retail use on the ground floor. So the previous iteration of this ordinance that went to HPC and Planning Commission had all of the use tables within the code supplanted into this ordinance to specifically allow short-term rental as a use, negating the 2-year requirement for historically designated structures and particularly within the 100 block, that use could be on all floors instead of the second and or above floors like is currently allowed now, with residential uses being allowed only on second and above floors in the 100 block. Option 4, to encourage historic preservation and reinvestment as part of the Downtown Development Authority Operations Plan. This is actually not addressed in the ordinance as it's not the appropriate place to do so, and will instead be a topic of discussion should the DDA pass in the election. Option number 5, to require a minimum of 2 nominators for a structure to be nominated for historic designation. The ordinance addresses this by amending section 19.410 to require 2 or more people of the owner of the property to submit an application, as well as only allowing 1 member per town board to count as an applicant. Option number 6, to create a process whereby property owners can determine if their structure would be historically designated without necessarily supporting such a designation. Again, this is not in the ordinance. This is just something that will add to the nomination application, and staff will likely be proposing a fee to be added to the fee schedule to pay for staff time to do additional research. Option 7, to allow residential in the downtown character area on the back 50% ground floor of historically designated commercial buildings to create live-work opportunity. The ordinance addresses this by adding asterisks to the use table in section 16.670 to allow for residential on the back 50% of the proposed ground floor area of historic properties within the 100 block zones. And what proposed ground floor area means is that, so if you have an existing 1,000 square foot historically designated structure and you propose a 500-foot addition on the back, you can take half of both of those structures put together. If you just have the historically designated structure, then you can take the back half of that structure. You don't get the back half of a whole lot or anything like that. It's just the ground floor use of the structures, however many there may be on the lot together. So that was my extremely quick presentation for all options 1 through 7. I would take any direction on any of the options or this ordinance.
Okay, so recommendations from P and Z is to eliminate the STRs on the ground level of the historic structure. How do we feel about that?
Could you repeat that?
We had left bullet number, option number 3 was to allow a historic structure to have short-term rentals on both ground floor and upper floors.
What was their rationale for that?
It was.
Would you like me to speak to that from the Historic Planning Committee?
I mean, it was already clarified by you. They shot it down based on code in the 100 block.
They shut it down based on, they did not believe that it fit in line with the community plan for the 100 block.
Understood. So
It was, the idea was is if the owner had no capability of doing anything with it that could pay the rent, then that would be an option that would make it more viable. And it would be also productive, it would be productive for 100 block traffic.
I'm in favor of maximizing flexibility in the use of historic buildings.
So the fundamental argument I had before, and I'll throw it out there since it was stated my suggestion was stupid, I'm gonna put this right back at you. You have 2 choices. You don't get to have both. Historic preservation or economic viability. On top of that, we're trying to incentivize people to historically preserve. All cases except for one in the last meeting this was discussed were residential preservation efforts, period, dot. So the fact of the matter is, it is a higher probability that an owner is going to spend the money to historically preserve their structure, regardless if it's in the 100 block or gypsum, than a business owner, unless that business owner has the capital to take the loss up front, as Ken Holliday pointed out, knowing full well they're bringing in a business that's going to recruit that in a reasonable period of time. That does not apply to many of the structures in our town, including the 100 block, which is roughly half residential right now. So all I'm putting out there, and just as Lynn said, we're taking away flexibility. We are taking away any incentive to historically preserve a structure by doing that. I don't agree with it. Period.
Okay. Okay, so you want to just forget about all the work that we did on the design guide?
I did, no, okay, we'll go there, yes. Pointing out, again, you're inserting historic preservation, one or the other. So we've inserted policies in the 100 block that I would suggest we could walk out there right now don't look like they're working out well. So the fact of the matter is, if we're gonna insert historic preservation in the 100 block, you're gonna have to move left or right a little bit. And that includes flexibility for a short-term rental or a long-term rental or residential, where they're not gonna spend the money. Fact.
Well, here's the deal. We can either go with, the short-term rental option was something that works for me on the ground floor, but all short-term rental. But to put a residential use in 151 or 155 is, to me, not a good option, because it's not going to do anything. It doesn't move the pin from where we are now. It's still just sitting there. And so what we're trying to do is get development in a way that maintains historic preservation, but also allows development to help our businesses in the 100 block and throughout the town. And so I am trying to figure out, I think that's a middle path that makes a lot of sense to me. But having it be a single family home, I think is a step too far. Because it's been a commercial use for 20 years.
Started out as a single family home. And that is your position. This is my position.
Well, okay, so,
I'm probably not okay with short-term rental. I'd rather just see that part not be there, but I'm okay with everything else. I'd go with planning and zoning's recommendation.
Okay.
I'd support short-term rental to provide maximum flexibility. If we want to preserve structures and have something in them, we need to be as flexible as we can.
Lynn, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Tom, or?
I'm with that and what I said.
Brian?
Alright. That sounds like a dystopia, a bunch of short-term rentals on our 100 block, so absolutely no for me.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3.
Long-term rentals.
Or
Exactly.
okay, I'll make it 5. Okay, that's just us. Opening up for public hearing. Are we done with discussion? I thought so. Does anybody have any comments, questions? Lynn?
From historical, thank you.
Thank you for keeping it short.
That's short. I mean, okay, I'll just say a few things.
No.
I was here for all these meetings. No, this is quick. I heard what Tom Warren said. He was willing to deal with it if those kind of things went through. He thought they'd be willing to work with it.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you recommended those things. We spoke them out. Short-term rental isn't necessarily the best thing in the world, but it's better than turning it residential.
Mm-hmm.
At least, and it could always change back. So I really appreciate your considering what the Historical Society said and what those meetings brought to you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no one else from the public, I'll close the public hearing and we'll listen to Robert.
Well, I'm also Historic Preservation Committee and just.
Oh, you wanted to make a comment there, okay, go ahead.
And something which we discussed at length was, in the interest of further flexibility for someone trying to make historic property economically successful, we're looking for further direction from council. If there are other ways that we might be able to give a bonus to someone's development possibility, whether it's setbacks or reduced parking or I don't know, but just if you'd like Historic Preservation Committee to pursue other options to bring to you, let us know. We'd be happy to go there.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, is anyone else that wants to speak? Cause Jay, anybody out there?
No, sir, nobody with their hand up.
Close the public hearing. With that, I'll entertain.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 20, series 2024, an ordinance of the town of Minturn, amending chapter 16 and 19 of the Minturn Municipal Code.
Does this include short-term rental?
That's the way it's in there, it's with short-term rentals in it, so yes, it would include it.
No, that's not correct. I believe the short-term rental was taken out, so it would need to be, you make a motion as amended to reinstate option 3.
Okay, as amended, cause that's changed with P and Z.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
amended to allow short-term rentals.
Thanks,
I don't know
Christie.
what number that was, but
That's
whatever
okay.
number it was.
Yep, you're good.
Number 3, okay. Second.
I'll second.
Motion by Gusty, second by Eric. Roll call, please.
Brian, no.
Is this with flexibility or without? With flexibility, yeah, Lynn, yes.
Tom, nay.
Kate, aye.
Gusty, aye.
Eric, aye. Earl, aye. As first reading is passed.
Mr.
Next.
Mayor, is there interest by the council to direct Historic Preservation to consider additional options as they arise?
I think it's a good, yeah.
Yes.
I
Okay,
think additional options are always welcome for us to review.
thank you.
Okay, next ordinance number 19, series 2204, second reading, an ordinance amending the lighting code.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as we discussed at first reading, this ordinance is to allow for the town to illuminate the downtown historic water tank at times of special events or holiday occasions for the purpose of town-wide festivities. This is supported by the Minturn Community Survey and was passed on first reading. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I hear no questions being asked, is that correct?
No changes?
There are no changes.
We're up for public hearing. Okay, anybody out there?
No, sir.
Close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 19, series 2024. An ordinance of the town of Minturn, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 17 of the Minturn Municipal Code.
Second.
Yeah, motion by Kate, second by Tom. Roll call.
Tom, aye.
Brian, aye.
Lynn,
Kate, aye.
Gusty, aye. Eric, aye.
And Earl, aye. Okay.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Yes, I think we don't need.
Second that.
Motion by Kate, second by Gusty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
You left to say here.
Number one salute.